Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, I will be reading some relationship drama Reddit stories for you to relax, sleep, study too, or just to have it as some background noise. If you enjoy, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And now, let's get started. Story 1. I'm a 34-year-old guy, and I've been married to my wife Sarah for 8 years. We have 2 kids, a 6-year-old daughter, and a 4-year-old son. Up until 3 weeks ago, I thought we had the perfect marriage. We never really fought. We were affectionate. We had date nights. The works. I genuinely believed I had found my soulmate, and that we'd grow old together. How naive I was. It all started when Sarah told me she wanted to go on a girls' trip to Miami with her best friend from college, Jessica. She said they'd been planning it for months, and that she really needed a break from mom life. I completely understood. Being a stay-at-home mom is exhausting, and I wanted her to have fun and relax. I told her to go, have a great time, and not to worry about anything at home. I'd handle the kids, no problem. The trip was supposed to be for 5 days. She left on a Wednesday morning, and I dropped her off at the airport. She kissed me goodbye, told me she loved me, and promised to send lots of pictures. The first 2 days were pretty normal. She'd text me throughout the day, send photos of the beach, the food, her and Jessica at various bars and restaurants. Everything seemed fine. But on Friday night, something weird happened. I was putting the kids to bed when my phone buzzed with a notification from Instagram. Someone had tagged Sarah in a photo. I opened it, expecting to see another beach selfie or something. Instead, I saw a photo of Sarah at a restaurant table. But Jessica wasn't in the picture. It was Sarah sitting very close to a guy I didn't recognize. His arm was around her shoulders, and she was laughing in that way. She laughs when she's really comfortable with someone. My stomach immediately dropped. I stared at the photo for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few seconds. I checked who posted it. It was someone named Marcus, and his profile was public. I started scrolling through his photos, and my heart was pounding so hard, I thought I might pass out. There were more photos from the same night. Sarah and this guy at different spots in Miami. One of them dancing. One of them on a boat during sunset. In every single photo, they looked like a couple. I felt like I was going to throw up. I called Sarah immediately, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried again. Voicemail. I sent her a text asking her to call me. Nothing. I waited an hour, trying to calm myself down, telling myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe this guy was Jessica's friend or something. Maybe it was all innocent. But then I noticed something that made everything worse. I went back to the Instagram photos Sarah had been sending me, the ones she said were from the trip with Jessica. Reverse image searched a couple of them on Google. 2 of the beach photos she'd sent me were stock photos from travel websites. She hadn't even been taking her own pictures. She'd been sending me fake photos while she was doing God knows what with this Marcus guy. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept checking my phone, hoping Sarah would call back, but she didn't. The next morning, Saturday, she finally texted me saying sorry. She missed my call. She'd been out late with Jessica, and her phone died. She asked how the kids were. I asked her to send me a photo of her and Jessica together, right then. She said Jessica was in the shower, and she'd send one later. She never did. When Sarah came home on Monday, I picked her up from the airport like nothing was wrong. I wanted to confront her immediately, but I knew I needed more information first. She hugged me, kissed me, told me she missed me so much, and that the trip was exactly what she needed. She smelled like unfamiliar cologne. That detail is burned into my memory. Over the next few days, I did something I never thought I'd do. I started investigating. I went through her phone while she was in the shower. I found text messages between her and Marcus going back 6 months. My wife of 8 years had been having an emotional and physical affair for half a year. and I had no idea. The messages were explicit. They talked about how much they loved each other, how they wished they could be together all the time, how the Miami trip was going to be their special time away. Jessica was never going on the trip. Sarah had lied about everything. I also found out that Marcus was her coworker. Sarah works part-time as a marketing coordinator at a tech company, and Marcus is the creative director. They'd been working closely on a project together, and apparently that's how it started. Late nights at the office that I thought were about deadlines were actually about him. The work happy hours she'd been attending every Friday for the past 4 months were dates with him. I discovered that she'd been using a secret credit card I didn't know about to pay for hotels, dinners, and even lingerie I'd never seen her wear. She'd opened the card in her maiden name, using her work address. She'd racked up almost $15,000 in charges, money that could have gone to our kids' college funds or our mortgage. Instead, it went to funding her affair. The most painful part was reading how she talked about me in those messages. She told Marcus that I was boring, that our marriage had lost its spark, that she felt like she was just going through the motions. She said she was only staying with me because of the kids and because she didn't want to deal with the hassle of divorce. Meanwhile, I thought everything was perfect. I thought we were happy. I thought she loved me. I spent an entire week gathering evidence. I took screenshots of everything. I contacted a divorce lawyer and got my ducks in a row. I opened a separate bank account and moved half of our savings into it. I changed the password on our shared email account. I documented every lie, every secret meeting, every dollar spent on the affair. Then last Friday, I confronted her. I waited until the kids were at my parents' house for a sleepover. I printed out some of the text messages and the Instagram photos and spread them out on the kitchen table. When she got home from work, I told her to sit down. The look on her face when she saw everything laid out was something I'll never forget. First confusion, then recognition, then pure panic. She immediately started crying and apologizing. She said it was a mistake, that it didn't mean anything, that she loved me and wanted to work on our marriage. I asked her how 6 months of lying could be a mistake. She didn't have an answer. Then she tried to blame me. She said I'd been neglecting her emotionally, that I didn't appreciate her, that I took her for granted. I reminded her that she was a stay-at-home mom by choice, that I worked 60 hours a week to support our family, and that I'd never once complained or made her feel like she wasn't contributing. She then tried the "it's not what it looks like" approach. She said she and Marcus were just friends, that the messages were taken out of context, that the Miami trip was just two coworkers hanging out. I pulled out my phone and played a voicemail that Marcus had left on her secret phone, the one I found hidden in her car. In it, he was telling her how much he loved waking up next to her in Miami, and how he couldn't wait until they could be together permanently. Her face went white. After hours of arguing, crying, and her going through every excuse in the cheater's handbook, she finally admitted everything. She admitted the affair had been going on for 6 months. She admitted that Jessica knew about it and had been covering for her. She admitted that she'd been planning to eventually leave me for Marcus, but wanted to wait until he got a promotion so they'd be financially stable. She'd been planning to take the kids, move in with him, and file for primary custody. I was going to be reduced to every other weekend dad, while she played house with her affair partner using my child support money. I told her I wanted a divorce. She completely broke down, begging me to reconsider, saying she'd end things with Marcus immediately, that she'd do anything to fix this. But here's the thing. It wasn't just about the physical cheating. It was about the lying, the deception, the planning, the fact that she could look me in the eyes every single day, kiss me, tell me she loved me, and then go meet up with another man. The fact that she could plan to destroy our family and take my kids away from me. That's not something you come back from. I moved out that night, and I'm currently staying with my brother. I filed for divorce on Monday. My lawyer says I have a strong case for primary custody, given the evidence of her affair and financial deception. Sarah has been blowing up my phone with calls and texts, alternating between begging for forgiveness and getting angry that I'm giving up on us so easily. Easily? I dedicated 8 years of my life to this woman. I worked myself to exhaustion to provide for our family. I loved her with everything I had. She's the one who gave up on us the moment she decided to step outside our marriage. The hardest part has been telling people. My parents are devastated. They loved Sarah like a daughter. My friends are supportive but shocked because we always seemed like the perfect couple. Sarah's parents called me crying, apologizing for their daughter's behavior, and saying they still consider me family. That actually meant a lot. I told the kids that Mommy and Daddy are going to live in different houses for a while. My daughter asked if it was her fault. That absolutely shattered me. I assured her that nothing was her fault, that sometimes adults have problems that have nothing to do with kids, and that both Mommy and Daddy love her and her brother more than anything in the world. What really gets me is that I keep finding new lies. Just yesterday, I was going through old photos and realized that a work conference she went to in San Francisco last year was probably another trip with Marcus. A bachelorette party she attended might have been fake too. How much of our marriage was real? How many times did she lie to my face? How many times did she come home from being with him and kiss me goodnight? I've started therapy because I'm a mess. I cry randomly. I can't sleep. I've lost 15 pounds because I barely eat. I look at other couples and wonder if they're lying to each other too. I question everything now. Every interaction. Every relationship. My therapist says I have trust issues now, which is the understatement of the century. The crazy part is that Sarah is still trying to paint herself as the victim. She's been telling her friends that I abandoned her and the kids, that I'm being unreasonable by not giving her a second chance, that I'm punishing her for one mistake. One mistake. 6 months of calculated deception is not one mistake. It's a series of choices, every single one of which she made, knowing it would destroy our family. Marcus apparently broke up with her as soon as he found out I knew everything. Turns out he wasn't as committed to their love as she thought. He didn't want the drama of being the homewrecker, didn't want his professional reputation affected. So now Sarah's lost both of us, and I'd feel bad for her if she hadn't brought this entirely upon herself. My lawyer says the divorce should be finalized in about 6 months. I'm going to fight for primary custody, and given the evidence, I'm optimistic. I want my kids with me. I want to be the stable, present parent they deserve. Sarah can have visitation, obviously. I'd never keep the kids from their mother despite what she did to me. But I need to be their primary home. I'm trying to focus on the future. I'm working on myself, going to the gym, seeing my therapist weekly, spending quality time with my kids. Some days are better than others. Some days, I'm okay. Other days, I see something that reminds me of her, of us, of what I thought we had, and I break down all over again. People keep asking me if I think she's sorry. Honestly, I think she's sorry she got caught. I think she's sorry that her plan to leave me for Marcus fell apart. I think she's sorry that she's facing consequences. But I don't think she's truly sorry for what she did. If I hadn't found those Instagram photos, she'd probably still be seeing him right now. Still lying to me. Still planning her exit strategy. The betrayal goes so deep. This wasn't just my wife. This was my best friend. The person I shared everything with. The mother of my children. The person I trusted more than anyone in the world. And she threw it all away for what? Excitement? Attention? Someone new? Whatever it was, it clearly wasn't worth what we had. Or maybe what we had wasn't as special to her as it was to me. I know I'll eventually be okay. I know I'll heal. I know that someday I might even be able to trust someone again. But right now, I'm just trying to get through each day. I'm trying to be strong for my kids. I'm trying to process the grief of losing not just a marriage, but the entire future I thought I was building. If you're reading this and you're thinking about cheating on your partner, please, just don't. Just leave. Get a divorce. Be honest. Don't put someone through this hell. Don't make someone question every moment of their relationship. Don't destroy someone's ability to trust. It's cruel. And it's cowardly. If you're unhappy, communicate. Go to therapy. Work on it or walk away. But don't cheat. I never thought I'd be the guy with this story. I thought we were different. I thought our love was real. Maybe it was, once. Or maybe I was just blind to who she really was all along. Either way, I have to move forward now. I have to rebuild. For me, and for my kids. That's all I can do. Update. A lot of people have been asking what happened with Jessica. I confronted her too. She admitted she'd known about the affair from the beginning and had been actively helping Sarah cover it up. She'd lie for her, provide alibis, even went so far as to post fake photos on her own social media to make it look like they were together when Sarah was actually with Marcus. I told her she was a terrible person and that our friendship was over. She tried to justify it by saying she was just being a good friend to Sarah, that it wasn't her place to tell me. I said a good friend would have told Sarah she was making a terrible mistake, not helped her destroy her family. We haven't spoken since. Some friendships aren't worth saving. The financial situation has been a nightmare to untangle. When I started really digging into our finances, I found even more secrets. Sarah had taken out a personal loan for $10,000 that I knew nothing about. She'd forged my signature on the application, listing me as a co-signer. My credit score tanked because she'd been missing payments. She'd used that money for weekend getaways with Marcus, expensive gifts for him, and apparently a deposit on an apartment they were planning to move into together. An apartment. They were that serious. They had plans. I also discovered she'd been taking money from our kids' college savings accounts. Small amounts at first, just $100 here and there. But over 6 months, she'd withdrawn almost $7,000. Money that my parents had contributed to. Money that was supposed to secure my children's future. She spent it on her affair. When I confronted her about this specifically, she actually had the audacity to say she was going to pay it back. With what money? She doesn't even have a full-time job. The divorce proceedings have been ugly. Sarah initially tried to claim that I was financially abusive, that I controlled all the money, and she had no choice but to open secret accounts. My lawyer destroyed that argument pretty quickly with bank statements, showing she had full access to everything, and had been spending freely on household expenses and personal items for years. Then she tried to claim I was having an affair too, which was completely baseless and frankly insulting. Her lawyer couldn't provide a shred of evidence because there wasn't any. She is now demanding alimony despite the affair. Her argument is that she gave up her career to raise our kids and deserves to be supported while she gets back on her feet. The irony is thick. She wants me to financially support her after she spent thousands of dollars on an affair and destroyed our marriage. My lawyer says we'll likely have to pay something, but given the circumstances, it won't be anywhere near what she's asking for. The custody evaluation has been happening over the past few weeks. A court-appointed psychologist has been meeting with me, Sarah, and the kids separately. Sarah has apparently been telling the psychologist that I'm trying to turn the kids against her, which is completely false. I've never said a single negative word about her to them. They know we're getting divorced, but they don't know why, and I plan to keep it that way until they're old enough to understand. My daughter has been having nightmares. She wakes up crying, asking if I'm going to leave her too. It breaks my heart every single time. I hold her and promise her that I'm never going anywhere, that Daddy will always be here. My son is too young to fully understand what's happening, but he's been acting out at preschool. His teacher called me in for a conference because he's been hitting other kids, which he's never done before. The teacher recommended family therapy, which I immediately set up. I've had to tell my boss what's going on because my performance at work has been affected. I've been distracted, making mistakes I normally wouldn't make. He's been incredibly understanding and has allowed me flexible hours so I can attend therapy and custody evaluations. I'm grateful for that, because I know not everyone has supportive employers. But I also feel like I'm failing at everything right now. I'm not the employee I used to be. I'm not the father I want to be, because I'm so emotionally drained. I'm just surviving. The worst moments are the quiet ones. After I put the kids to bed, when I'm alone with my thoughts, I keep replaying moments from our marriage, looking for signs I missed. Was she distant that time we went to my company Christmas party? Was she texting him when I thought she was texting her mom? Did she really have to work late all those nights? Or was she with him? Every memory is now tainted with suspicion and doubt. I found their text messages particularly devastating. Reading how they talked about me was crushing. Marcus would ask her why she stayed with someone so boring. Sarah would say it was complicated, that she couldn't just leave yet. They'd joke about how clueless I was, how I had no idea what was happening right under my nose. They laughed about me. The person I loved more than anything and some random guy I'd never met were laughing about how stupid I was. One text conversation from 3 months ago really stuck with me. Marcus asked Sarah if she felt guilty. She responded that she did sometimes, especially when I was being really sweet, or when she watched me with the kids. But then she said that she felt it like she deserved to be happy too, that she'd spent years being just a wife and mother, and that being with Marcus made her feel alive again. Like being my wife and the mother of our children was some kind of prison sentence she was serving. I've been angry. So incredibly angry. There are days where I fantasize about confronting Marcus, about making him understand the pain he helped cause. But my lawyer and therapist both say that's a terrible idea, that it won't make me feel better and could hurt my custody case. So I just sit with the anger. I work it out at the gym. I punch the heavy bag and pretend it's his face. It's not healthy, I know, but it's better than actually doing something stupid. My relationship with Sarah's family has been complicated. Her parents, as I mentioned, have been supportive of me. They're horrified by what their daughter did. But Sarah's younger sister has taken her side. She's been posting vague things on social media about how no one knows what really goes on in a marriage and how people shouldn't judge. It's infuriating because everyone knows she's talking about the situation. My friends have been sending me screenshots. I've blocked her because I don't need that negativity. The kids had their first overnight visit with Sarah at her new apartment last week. She's renting a small, 2-bedroom place about 20 minutes away. I was terrified the entire time they were gone. What if she said something inappropriate? What if she introduced them to Marcus? What if she didn't take proper care of them? I must have checked my phone 100 times waiting for them to call. When I picked them up, my daughter said they had fun, but that Mommy cried a lot. That broke my heart for a different reason. Despite everything, I don't want my kids to see their mother suffer. I've started dating again, which feels weird and wrong and premature all at the same time. I'm not looking for anything serious. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to trust someone enough for serious again. But my therapist suggested that getting out and socializing might be good for me, so I went on a few dates. They were fine. The women were nice, but I spent the entire time wondering if they were lying to me too. Wondering if they had secrets. Wondering if I was boring them the way I apparently bored Sarah. Needless to say, there haven't been any second dates. One thing that's helped is support groups. I found an online community for people going through divorce because of infidelity. Reading other people's stories made me feel less alone. Hearing how they coped, how they survived, how some even thrived afterward gave me hope. I've made some genuine connections with people who understand what I'm going through in a way that my friends and family, as supportive as they are, simply can't. Work has announced they're sending me to a conference next month. Normally, I'd be excited, but now I'm just reminded of Sarah's fake San Francisco conference. I almost turned it down, but my boss insisted. He said getting away might be good for me, and that the company needs me there. So, I'm going. My parents will watch the kids. I'll try to focus on work, and not on the fact that the last time someone in our marriage went to a conference, it was probably to cheat. I've been having intrusive thoughts about Sarah and Marcus together. My brain creates these vivid images that I can't shut off. I imagine them in hotel rooms, in his car, in places we used to go together. My therapist says this is normal, that it's part of the trauma response, but it doesn't make it any easier. I've started taking medication to help me sleep because otherwise, I just lie awake with these thoughts racing through my mind. The financial recovery is going to take years. Between the secret credit card debt, the forged loan, the missing college fund money, and the legal fees for the divorce, I'm looking at probably $40,000 in total damage. I've had to pick up extra freelance work on the weekends when I don't have the kids, just to make ends meet. I've canceled subscriptions, cut back on expenses, started meal planning to save money. It's exhausting being the only responsible adult when there used to be two of us. My parents have been absolute rocks through this. They've helped financially, emotionally, and practically. They watch the kids whenever I need them, too. My mom has been cooking meals and bringing them over. My dad has been helping me with yard work at the house and just being there when I need to talk. I don't know what I would do without them. Sarah's betrayal didn't just affect me. It affected everyone who loved us as a couple, who believed in our family. I recently found out through mutual friends that Marcus is already seeing someone new, some woman from his gym. It's only been a few weeks since everything exploded. This confirmed to me that Sarah meant nothing to him. She was just convenient, available, willing. And she threw away her marriage, her family, her integrity for someone who replaced her in a matter of weeks. I almost felt sorry for her when I heard that. Almost. The thing that keeps me up at night is wondering if she ever really loved me. Was our entire relationship a lie? Were there good times, or was she just pretending the whole time? Did she mean it when she said her wedding vows? When she told me she wanted to have kids with me? When she said I was the love of her life? Or was I just a placeholder until something better came along? I've kept one of her text messages to Marcus as a screenshot. I don't know why. Maybe as a reminder. Maybe as evidence. Maybe as a way to kill any remaining feelings I have for her whenever they try to resurface. In it, she tells him that leaving me will be the best decision she ever makes. That message hurts more than almost anything else, because it shows her true feelings. It wasn't that she fell in love with someone else. She actively wanted to leave me. I wasn't enough. I was never enough. The silver lining, if there is one, is that I've learned who I really am through this. I've learned that I'm stronger than I thought. That I can handle more than I imagined. That I can be both mother and father to my kids when needed. That I can rebuild from nothing. It doesn't make the pain go away, but it gives me hope that there's life after this nightmare. My lawyer called yesterday with good news. Based on the evidence and the custody evaluation, she's confident I'll get primary physical custody. Sarah will have visitation rights, probably alternating weekends, and one night a week. It's not everything I wanted, but it's enough. My kids will have stability. They'll have a home where the rules are consistent, and where they're the priority. That's what matters. I look at my wedding ring sometimes. I took it off the day I filed for divorce, but I kept it in my nightstand drawer. $2,500 for a symbol of promises that meant nothing. Sometimes I think about selling it, but I can't bring myself to do it yet. Maybe someday. Maybe when I'm truly healed and ready to let go of everything from that chapter of my life. The divorce will be final. In about 4 months now. 4 months until I'm legally free from the person who destroyed everything. 4 months until I can close this chapter and start fresh. I'm scared and excited and sad all at once. Scared of being alone. Excited for a future where I'm not being lied to. Sad for the family we could have been if she'd just been honest. If she'd just communicated. If she'd just been faithful. To anyone reading this who's going through something similar, I want you to know it gets better. Not quickly, not easily, but it does get better. Some days you'll feel like you're drowning. Other days you'll feel like you're finally learning to swim. Be patient with yourself. Go to therapy. Lean on your support system. Focus on what you can control. And know that their betrayal is not a reflection of your worth. You deserved better. You deserve better. We all do. Story 2. I'm 29, and I proposed to my girlfriend of 4 years, Lisa, about 8 months ago. She said yes. We were both ecstatic, and I thought we were on the same page about everything. We'd talked about a small, intimate wedding. Maybe 50 people max. Something romantic and meaningful without breaking the bank. I made it clear from the beginning that I had about $20,000 saved up, that I was willing to contribute to our wedding. And Lisa said that was perfect because she had about $15,000 saved as well. We could have a beautiful wedding with $35,000. Then I met her mother. I'd met Lisa's parents before, of course, but only briefly. They lived across the country, and we'd only seen them twice in 4 years. But once we got engaged, her mom Janet became very involved. Very, very involved. At first, I thought it was sweet. A mother wanting to help plan her daughter's wedding. I was naive. The first red flag came when Janet insisted on being present for every single wedding planning decision. And I mean everything. Picking the venue? Janet needed to be there. Tasting cakes? Janet had opinions. Choosing invitations? Janet had to approve them. Lisa kept saying her mom just wanted to be involved and that it was normal. I let it slide because I didn't want to seem controlling or like I was trying to exclude her family. Then came the venue discussion. Lisa and I had found this beautiful barn venue about an hour outside the city. It was rustic, charming, and fit our budget perfectly. We could have the ceremony and reception there for about $6,000. We were ready to book it when Janet called and said absolutely not. She said her daughter wasn't getting married in a barn like some kind of country hick. She said we needed to look at proper venues. Janet sent us a list of venues she had researched. Every single one was at least $25,000 just for the space rental. I told Lisa this was insane, that we couldn't afford these places. Lisa agreed, but said maybe we should just look at them to make her mom happy. So we did. We toured 5 different venues, all completely out of our price range, all ridiculously over the top. Ballrooms with crystal chandeliers, estates with manicured gardens, hotels with marble floors. They were beautiful, sure, but they weren't us. After each tour, Janet would go on about how perfect it was, and how her daughter deserved the best. I kept reminding everyone about our budget. Janet's response? She said that a wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and that we shouldn't let money hold us back. Easy for her to say. I asked if she was planning to contribute financially if we went with one of these expensive venues. She got very quiet, and then said that traditionally the groom's family pays for most of the wedding. I told her that tradition was outdated, and that Lisa and I were paying for our own wedding. Things got worse from there. Janet started inviting herself to all of our planning meetings. Cake tasting? She showed up unannounced with Lisa's aunt and grandmother. Dress shopping? She organized the whole thing and invited 12 people without asking Lisa. She took over the guest list and added over 100 people we didn't even know. When I pointed out that we'd agreed on 50 guests, she said that was ridiculous, and that she had friends and family who would be offended if they weren't invited. The breaking point came 3 months ago. We were at dinner with Lisa's parents, and Janet announced that she had put a deposit down on a venue, without asking us, without discussing it. She had chosen one of those expensive ballroom places, and put down a $5,000 non-refundable deposit. I was speechless. Lisa looked shocked too. I asked Janet why she would do that without consulting us, and she said someone had to make a decision, because we were taking too long and all the good venues were booking up. I told her we couldn't afford that venue, and that she needed to cancel and get the deposit back. She said the deposit was non-refundable, and that we were stuck with it now, so we might as well just accept it and move forward. I asked her if she was planning to pay for this venue since she booked it. She said no, that it was our wedding and we needed to pay for it. I lost it. I told her she had no right to make that decision, that it was incredibly presumptuous and disrespectful, and that we would not be using that venue regardless of the lost deposit. Janet started crying. She said she was just trying to help, that she wanted her only daughter to have a beautiful wedding, and that I was being ungrateful and cruel. Lisa's dad told me I was out of line for making his wife cry. Lisa didn't say anything. She just sat there looking uncomfortable. We left shortly after, and I expected Lisa to be on my side. She wasn't. In the car, Lisa said I had been too harsh with her mother. I reminded her that her mother had just stolen $5,000 from us. By booking a venue we explicitly said we didn't want. Lisa said her mom didn't steal anything. She was just excited. I asked Lisa why she didn't stand up for us at dinner, and she said she didn't want to cause a scene. I pointed out that her mother had already caused the scene and that we needed to present a united front. Lisa said I was making a big deal out of nothing, and that maybe the expensive venue wasn't such a bad idea after all. That's when I realized Lisa had been talking to her mother behind my back. I asked her directly if she actually wanted the small wedding we'd planned, or if she wanted the big extravaganza her mother was pushing for. She admitted that she'd always dreamed of a big, fancy wedding, but didn't think we could afford it. I asked why she didn't just tell me that from the beginning. She said she didn't want me to think she was materialistic or high maintenance. So, we'd spent months planning a wedding that Lisa didn't even really want. I was hurt and felt betrayed. But I told her that if she wanted a big wedding, we could figure it out. We'd save more money, maybe push the date back a year, look into payment plans. I was willing to compromise. But I made it clear that I wasn't going to let her mother dictate our wedding or our finances. Lisa seemed relieved and said she'd talk to her mother about boundaries. She didn't. Instead, Janet ramped up her involvement. She hired a wedding planner without asking us and told us we needed to pay her $4,000 fee. She ordered custom invitations that cost $3,000. She booked a photographer for $8,000, all without consulting us. Every time I objected, Lisa would say we should just go with it to keep the peace. I sat Lisa down and told her we needed to have a serious conversation. I showed her all the expenses her mother had committed us to without permission. The total was already over $60,000, and we hadn't even picked a caterer, florist, DJ, or any of the other vendors yet. I told Lisa that I was not willing to go into debt for a wedding, that I'd saved $20,000, and that was my limit. If she wanted to spend more, she needed to figure out where that money was coming from. Lisa suggested we ask my parents for money. I laughed because I thought she was joking. She wasn't. My parents are comfortably middle class, but they're not wealthy. They've already told me they'd contribute $5,000 to the wedding as a gift, and I was grateful for that. Lisa wanted me to ask them for at least $20,000 more. I refused. I told her it was inappropriate and that my parents had already given us a generous gift. Then Lisa suggested we take out a loan. A wedding loan. I asked her if she was serious. She said lots of people do it, and that we could pay it off over a few years. I told her absolutely not. I wasn't going to start our marriage in debt because her mother wanted a party. Lisa started crying and said I didn't care about her happiness and that I was being selfish. I suggested we go back to our original plan. Small wedding, 50 guests, the barn venue, if it was still available. Lisa said she couldn't do that now because her mother had already told everyone about the big fancy wedding. She said she'd be embarrassed to downgrade. I pointed out that her mother had created this entire situation, and that the embarrassment should be on her, not us. We've been fighting about this for weeks. Janet calls Lisa every single day to discuss wedding plans, and every single day Lisa comes to me with some new expensive thing her mother thinks we need. A videographer for $6,000. A live band for $10,000. Designer bridesmaid dresses for $300 each. A custom wedding cake for $2,000. It never ends. Last week, Janet called me directly. She said we needed to talk about the wedding budget. I agreed, because I thought finally someone was going to be reasonable. Instead, she presented me with a full budget breakdown. The total cost was $115,000. I actually laughed out loud because I thought it was a joke. It wasn't. Janet said that this was a reasonable budget for a proper wedding and that I needed to figure out how to make it work. I asked her again if she was contributing anything financially. She said she'd already lost $5,000 on the deposit for the venue, and that was her contribution. I reminded her that nobody asked her to do that, and that she did it without permission. She said I was being ungrateful, and that most men would be thrilled to have such an involved future mother-in-law. I told Janet in the clearest terms possible that I would not be spending $115,000 on a wedding. I told her that I had $20,000 saved and that was my absolute maximum contribution. I told her that if she wanted this massive, expensive wedding, she needed to pay for it herself. She said that was unacceptable, and that as the groom, it was my responsibility to provide for my bride. I told her we weren't living in the 1800s, and that her expectations were ridiculous. Janet told me that if I really loved Lisa, I'd find a way to give her the wedding she deserves. I told Janet that if she really loved her daughter, she wouldn't be pressuring us to start our marriage drowning in debt. She called me selfish, cheap, and said I wasn't good enough for her daughter. I told her that maybe she was right, and that maybe this whole thing was a mistake. Then I hung up. Lisa called me 10 minutes later, absolutely furious. Her mother had called her crying, saying I had verbally attacked her and told her she was a terrible mother. I explained what actually happened, but Lisa said I had no right to speak to her mother that way. I asked Lisa whose side she was on. She said she shouldn't have to pick sides. I told her that yes, she absolutely did need to pick a side, and that if she wasn't going to stand with me against her mother's unreasonable demands, then we had a serious problem. Lisa said I was giving her an ultimatum and that wasn't fair. I said her mother had been giving us ultimatums for months, and she hadn't had a problem with that. Lisa said it was different because her mother just wanted what was best for us. I asked how putting us $100,000 in debt was what's best for us. She didn't have an answer. I told Lisa I needed some space to think. I've been staying at my brother's place for the past 5 days. Lisa has been texting me constantly. Sometimes she's apologetic and says we can work it out. Other times she's angry and says I'm abandoning her. Her mother has been texting me too, calling me immature and saying real men don't run away from problems. My friends are split. Some say I'm right to stand my ground, and that Lisa and her mother are being completely unreasonable. Others say that weddings are important to women and that I should just find a way to make it work, even if it means taking out loans or asking my parents for more money. My parents say it's my decision, but that they think going into massive debt for a party is insane. I love Lisa. I really do. But I'm starting to see sides of her I didn't know existed. The fact that she won't stand up to her mother. The fact that she's willing to let her mother bully us into financial ruin. The fact that she lied to me about what kind of wedding she wanted. The fact that she's more concerned about what her mother thinks than what I think. I'm supposed to be marrying my partner, my equal, someone who has my back. But right now it feels like I'm marrying into a family that sees me as a wallet and a daughter who can't cut the apron strings. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I want to spend the rest of my life dealing with Janet's interference and Lisa's inability to set boundaries. Yesterday, Lisa asked if we could meet for coffee to talk. I agreed. She showed up with a compromise. She said we could do the big wedding her mother wanted, but we'd take out a $50,000 loan to pay for it. She said we could pay it off over 10 years, and it would only be about $500 a month, plus interest. She presented this like it was a reasonable solution. I asked her if she understood what she was suggesting. $500 a month for 10 years. That's $6,000 a year. That's $6,000 we couldn't put toward a house, or kids, or retirement, or emergencies. That's $6,000 a year to pay for one single day, because her mother wanted to impress her friends. Lisa said I was being dramatic, and that everyone has debt. I told Lisa I wasn't doing it. I told her my final offer was $20,000 cash, no loans, and we plan a wedding that fits that budget. If that's not good enough for her, then maybe we need to reconsider getting married at all. She started crying and said I was being cruel. I told her I was being practical, and that if she couldn't see the difference between being cruel and refusing to make a terrible financial decision, then we had bigger problems than wedding planning. Lisa left crying. She texted me later saying I'd broken her heart, and that she never thought I'd be this selfish. Her mother texted me saying I was abusive and controlling. Her dad texted me saying I needed to man up and take care of his daughter properly. I blocked all of them. I'm sitting here now wondering how we got to this point. 8 months ago, I proposed to the love of my life, and we were both so happy. Now I'm questioning everything. Is this relationship worth fighting for? Can Lisa ever establish healthy boundaries with her mother? Am I being unreasonable by refusing to go into debt? Should I have just kept my mouth shut and let Janet run the show? My brother says I dodged a bullet, and that I should cut my losses now. He says if Lisa can't stand up to her mother about wedding planning, she'll never stand up to her about anything else. Where we live, how we raise kids, how we spend our money. He says Janet will be controlling our lives forever if we let this continue. Part of me thinks he's right. Part of me thinks I'm giving up too easily. Part of me hopes Lisa will wake up and realize how insane this all is. But another part of me knows that this is who she is. This is who her family is. And I need to decide if I can live with that. I never thought I'd be the guy calling off his engagement over a wedding budget. But here I am. The ring is still in my sock drawer. The woman I thought I'd spend my life with is living in a fantasy world funded by debt. And her mother is probably already planning how to redecorate our imaginary house. I don't have the answers yet. But I do know one thing. I'm not spending $100,000 on a wedding. And if that makes me the villain in their story, then so be it. I'd rather be a villain with financial stability than a hero drowning in debt. Story 3. I don't even know where to start. My hands are shaking as I type this. I'm 31 years old, and I've been married to my husband David for 7 years. We have a 5-year-old son named Tyler. Until yesterday afternoon, I thought I had a pretty good life. Normal marriage, normal problems, nothing crazy. I was so wrong. David works in sales and travels a lot for work. He's gone probably 3 or 4 days a week, sometimes more. It's been this way for our entire relationship. I never questioned it because his job pays well, and the travel is just part of the industry. He's always been a good husband when he's home. Attentive, loving, involved with our son. I trusted him completely. Yesterday, David was supposed to be in Chicago for a sales conference. He left Monday morning and wasn't supposed to be back until Friday. I was home with Tyler doing laundry when I found an envelope that had fallen behind the dryer. It was addressed to David, but at an address I didn't recognize. The return address said it was from an elementary school, in a town about 2 hours away from us. I opened it, thinking maybe it was junk mail or something he had sent to the wrong place. It was a report card. For a Gagné student named Emma Peterson. She was in 2nd grade, and apparently doing very well in all her subjects. There was a note from the teacher asking the parents to sign and return the report card. I stared at this thing completely confused. We don't know anyone named Emma. David doesn't have any nieces or nephews. Why would he have some random kid's report card sent to an address I'd never heard of? I did what anyone would do. I Googled the address. It was a house in a suburb about 2 hours north of us. I looked it up on one of those real estate websites and found the listing from when it sold 3 years ago. It was a nice 4-bedroom house in a family neighborhood. The listing showed pictures of a normal suburban home with a backyard and a 2-car garage. Nothing special, but definitely not cheap. Then I did something I probably shouldn't have done, but I'm glad I did. I looked up the property records. The house was purchased 3 years ago for $350,000. The owners listed were David Peterson and Jennifer Peterson. David Peterson, my husband's name. But I'm not Jennifer. I'm Amanda. I felt like the room was spinning. This had to be a mistake. Maybe it was a different David Peterson. It's not an uncommon name. But then, why did he have mail from that address? Why did he have this kid's report card? I needed to know more. I started going through David's things. I'm not proud of it, but I was panicking. I found a second phone hidden in his car glove compartment. It was turned off. I turned it on. And of course, it was password protected. I tried his birthday, our anniversary, our son's birthday. Nothing worked. Then I tried the address numbers from the house. It unlocked. The phone was full of text messages, photos and emails that made me physically sick. Messages to and from someone named Jennifer, calling her honey and sweetheart. Photos of David with a woman I'd never seen before. Photos of David with this woman and 2 little girls. Family photos at parks, at the beach, at birthday parties. There were hundreds of them going back years. I found their text conversations. Normal, everyday couple stuff. Her asking him to pick up milk on the way home. Him telling her he loved her. Her sending him pictures of the girls doing homework. Him saying he'd be home late from work. Completely mundane domestic conversations, exactly like the ones he has with me. I scrolled back through months of messages trying to understand. From what I could piece together, Jennifer thought David worked in sales and traveled for work, just like I did. But his travel schedule was reversed. When he told me he was traveling, he was actually with her. When he told her he was traveling, he was actually with me. He'd been living 2 completely separate lives with 2 completely separate families. The girls were named Emma and Sophie. Emma was 7, and Sophie was 4. I did the math and realized David had gotten Jennifer pregnant with Emma while I was pregnant with Tyler. We were pregnant at the same time. He was going to doctor appointments with both of us, preparing for babies with both of us, building cribs in 2 different houses for 2 different children. I found emails about the house purchase. Jennifer clearly had no idea about me. In the emails, she talked about being so excited to buy their first home together, about how she couldn't wait to make memories there with their family. She had no clue she was the other woman. Or maybe I was the other woman. I don't even know anymore. I found photos of family vacations, times when David told me he had important work trips or conferences. He was actually at Disney World with Jennifer and the girls. At the beach. At the mountains. He was taking them on the vacations he always told me we couldn't afford. The financial stuff made my head spin. I started looking at our bank accounts. We have a joint account where both our paychecks go, and where we pay bills from. But I discovered David had other accounts I didn't know about. He'd been funneling money into separate accounts to pay for his other house, his other family, the mortgage, the utilities, groceries, kids' activities. Everything doubled. I called our bank pretending to be confused about some charges. They pulled up his accounts, and I learned he had 3 credit cards I didn't know about. The balances were huge. He was in debt up to his eyeballs trying to maintain 2 households. We were supposedly saving for a bigger house for me and Tyler, but now I know why we never had enough money. He was paying 2 mortgages. I didn't confront him immediately. I know I should have, but I was in shock. I couldn't process what I was learning. Instead, I kept digging. I found out Jennifer works as a nurse. She does night shifts 3 times a week, which is probably when David tells her he has to travel. The timing works out perfectly. He's engineered his entire life so that he can be with both families without either of us knowing about the other. I looked at his work calendar that he keeps on our shared laptop. Every trip matched up. When he said he was in Seattle, he was really at Emma's dance recital. When he said he was in Boston, he was really at Sophie's preschool graduation. When he said he was at a mandatory training, he was really celebrating his anniversary with Jennifer. His anniversary with her is 6 months before ours, which means he was dating both of us at the same time before marrying me. The lies are so extensive, I can't even wrap my head around it. 7 years of marriage, and I didn't know anything. Our entire relationship is built on deception. Every I love you was split between 2 women. Every birthday, every Christmas, every special moment was duplicated in another house with another family. I called in sick to work because I couldn't function. I dropped Tyler at my mom's house without explaining what was going on. Then, I did something crazy. I got in my car, and I drove to that address. I had to see it with my own eyes. I had to know if this was really real, or if I was having some kind of breakdown. The house was exactly like the photos. A nice suburban home, with a minivan in the driveway, and toys in the yard. I sat in my car down the street, just staring at it. Then the front door opened, and I saw her. Jennifer. She was pretty, blonde, looked tired like most moms of young kids. She was getting the girls into the van. The girls were wearing matching backpacks. Emma looked so much like Tyler it made me want to throw up. She had David's eyes and his smile. I watched them drive away, and then I sat there crying in my car like a crazy person. This was real. This was David's other life, his other home, his other children, his other wife. Except we're both his wife. Or neither of us are really his wife. Because how can you be truly married to someone when they're also married to someone else? I drove home in a daze. I didn't know what to do. Do I call Jennifer and tell her? Do I confront David? Do I call a lawyer? Do I tell my family? I felt paralyzed. I ended up just sitting in my house, staring at the walls, trying to figure out how I missed this. Were there signs? Should I have known? Looking back now with this information, there were weird things I'd dismissed. He never wanted me to surprise him at work. He said his office had strict security policies. He never wanted to add me to his work insurance because he said it was cheaper to keep me on my own pants through my job. He always kept his phone with him, even in the shower. He traveled constantly but never wanted me to come with him even when I offered. But these things seemed reasonable at the time. Lots of offices have security policies. Lots of couples have separate insurance. Lots of people are attached to their phones. The travel was just his job. I trusted him, so I didn't question any of it. I feel so stupid. David called me around 5, asking how my day was. I almost laughed at the absurdity. I wanted to scream at him through the phone, but I didn't. I just said it was fine, and asked how his conference was going. He said it was boring, and he missed me and Tyler. The lies just roll off his tongue so easily. He's been doing this for so long that lying is like breathing to him. I told him I loved him because I didn't know what else to say. He said he loved me too. Then he probably hung up and called Jennifer and told her the same thing. I wonder if he ever gets confused. If he ever almost calls me by her name or vice versa. if he ever forgets which kid goes to which school, or which wife likes what kind of food. How does he keep it all straight? I haven't slept. I've been up all night going through everything I can find. I hacked into his email using the password from his secret phone. I found emails going back 8 years. He's been with Jennifer for 8 years. He married her 4 years ago in a small ceremony at a courthouse. 4 years ago, I was pregnant with Tyler and planning our life together, while he was also marrying another woman. I found the marriage certificate in his email. David Peterson and Jennifer Mitchell. It's legal. He's legally married to both of us. I looked it up and bigamy is actually illegal, but apparently not that hard to get away with if you're willing to lie extensively. He used his real name for both marriages, but different middle names. He listed different parents on the marriage certificates. He created entire fake identities. The thing that's killing me is that both families seem real. In looking at the photos and messages, he genuinely seems to love her and those girls. It's not like he has a wife he loves and a mistress on the side. He has 2 full wives, 2 full families, 2 full lives. He's not choosing one over the other. He's somehow committed to both. I don't understand how that's even possible. I keep thinking about all the times he wasn't there. Tyler's first steps happened when David was supposedly in Denver. He was probably at Sophie's first birthday party. Tyler's first day of kindergarten, when David had that emergency work trip. He was probably taking Emma to her first day of 2nd grade. Every milestone of our son's life that David missed, he was probably experiencing with his other daughters. Does he love Tyler less? Does he love me less? Or does he somehow love all of us equally and just decided he needed 2 of everything? I can't comprehend the psychology of this. What kind of person does this? What kind of person can look their child in the eye and then go to another house and look their other children in the eye and feel nothing? I finally called my sister at 3 a.m. I told her everything. She didn't believe me at first. She said I must be misunderstanding something. Then I sent her the photos and she went silent. She said I needed to call a lawyer immediately. She said I needed to confront him. She said I needed to tell Jennifer. She's probably right, but I still feel frozen. Part of me keeps hoping this is a nightmare and I'll wake up. Part of me wants to pretend I never found that report card and just go back to my normal life. But I can't unknow this. I can't unsee those photos. I can't forget that my husband has another family he loves just as much as he supposedly loves us. David is supposed to come home tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to do. Do I act normal? Do I immediately confront him? Do I wait until I talk to a lawyer? My sister said I should gather evidence first, document everything, protect myself legally before he knows that I know. That makes sense, but it also means I have to look at him and pretend everything is fine, while knowing what I know. I keep wondering about Jennifer. Does she deserve to know? She's completely innocent in this, just like me. She thinks she has a faithful husband who travels for work. She has no idea her entire life is a lie. But telling her means destroying her life too. It means those little girls find out their dad isn't who they think he is. It means blowing up 2 families instead of 1. But if I don't tell her, he gets away with it. He keeps living his double life. Maybe he does this forever. Maybe in 20 years we're both still in the dark, and he's just bouncing between 2 retirement homes. The thought makes me sick. I looked up bigamy laws. In our state, it's a felony. He could go to prison. Tyler could lose his father. But Tyler's father is a lie anyway. The man I thought I married doesn't exist. The life I thought I had isn't real. Everything is built on fraud. The financial implications are staggering. We're going to lose everything. The debt he's accumulated trying to fund 2 lives is enormous. Our house will probably have to be sold. Tyler's college fund is probably empty. My credit is probably ruined from accounts I don't even know about. Jennifer's probably in the same boat. I thought about the future I'd planned. Tyler, growing up in a stable home with 2 parents, maybe having another baby in a few years. Growing old with David. Retiring together. Grandkids someday. None of that is real. None of that is possible. My entire future just evaporated because of a report card that fell behind the dryer. The worst part is that I still love him. Even knowing what I know, even seeing the proof, part of me still loves the man I thought he was. I hate myself for it. I should be filled with pure rage and hatred, but instead, I'm just heartbroken. I'm mourning the loss of my marriage, my family, my life. I'm mourning someone who never really existed. I finally fell asleep around 6 in the morning and had nightmares about trying to tell Tyler that Daddy isn't coming home anymore, about explaining to a 5-year-old that his father is a liar and a criminal, about watching my son's heart break. I woke up crying. It's now 8 in the morning. David called to say good morning to Tyler. I had to get on the phone and talk to him like nothing was wrong. He asked if everything was okay because I sounded weird. I said I was just tired. He told me to get some rest and that he'd be home tomorrow afternoon. He said he couldn't wait to see us and that he missed us so much. I wonder if he called Jennifer right after and told her the same thing. I have 24 hours before he comes home. 24 hours to decide what to do. Do I call the police? Do I call a divorce lawyer? Do I call Jennifer? Do I pack his bags and leave them on the lawn? Do I change the locks? Do I act normal and gather more evidence? I don't know. I can't think straight. My sister is coming over in an hour. She's bringing a lawyer friend to talk to me. She says I need to protect myself and Tyler first and figure out the rest later. She's probably right. But I can't stop thinking about those little girls. Emma and Sophie. They didn't ask for this. They're going to be so hurt when they find out. Tyler's going to be so hurt. Everyone's going to be hurt except David, apparently, because he created this mess, and he's been living his best life for years, while the rest of us were just pawns in his sick game. I never thought I'd be this person. The woman whose husband has a secret family. You see this stuff in movies or on trashy TV shows, and you think it could never happen to you. But here I am, living proof that it absolutely can happen, and that you can be completely blindsided by someone you thought you knew inside and out. I don't know how this ends. I don't know what happens next. All I know is that my life as I knew it is over. Everything I believed about my marriage, my husband, my family, was a lie. And I have to figure out how to pick up the pieces and create something real from all this deception. For Tyler's sake, if not for my own. If you're reading this and something feels off in your relationship, trust your gut. Don't ignore the weird signs. Don't make excuses for suspicious behavior. Don't assume the best when evidence suggests otherwise. I ignored my instincts and now I'm paying the price. Don't be like me. Story 4. I'm 27 and I've been dating my boyfriend Jake for 3 years. We live together, we've talked about marriage, and I genuinely thought he was the one. Jake's best friend since childhood is a guy named Owen. Owen has been around since day 1 of our relationship. He's basically part of the package. Where Jake goes, Owen goes. I never minded, because Owen seemed like a good guy, and I know how important male friendships are. Owen is single, has been the entire time I've known him. He goes on dates occasionally, but nothing ever seems to stick. Jake and I have tried to set him up with friends a few times, but it never works out. Owen always says he's too picky, or that the timing isn't right, or that he's focusing on his career. We stopped trying after a while, and just accepted that Owen was going to be the perpetual third wheel. 3 nights ago, Jake had to fly out for a work emergency. His company had a crisis at one of their facilities in another state, and he's the lead engineer, so he had to go immediately. He was supposed to be gone for 5 days. I was disappointed because we'd had plans that weekend, but I understood. Work is work. The night Jake left, Owen texted me asking if I wanted company since I was alone. This wasn't weird. Owen had hung out with me plenty of times when Jake was traveling or working late. We'd watch movies, order takeout, just hang out as friends. I said sure, and he came over with Thai food, and we settled in to watch some action movie on Netflix. Everything was normal at first. We ate, we laughed at the movie, we talked about random stuff. Then Owen got quiet. Really quiet. I asked if he was okay, and he said he needed to tell me something. The way he said it made my stomach drop. I thought maybe something was wrong with Jake. Maybe there was an accident. I immediately panicked. Owen said Jake was fine, but that he couldn't keep lying to me anymore. I had no idea what he was talking about. He said he'd been lying to me since the day we met, and that it was eating him alive. Then he told me he was in love with me. Had been in love with me from the moment Jake introduced us 3 years ago. I literally laughed because I thought he was joking. Owen doesn't joke like that, though. He's always been pretty serious and straightforward. When I realized he wasn't kidding, I didn't know what to say. I just stared at him. He took my silence as permission to keep talking. He told me that when Jake first started dating me, Owen thought it would be a phase. That Jake would date me for a few weeks and move on like he always did. But then weeks turned into months, and Jake was clearly serious about me. Owen said he tried to distance himself, but Jake wouldn't let him. Jake kept insisting that his girlfriend and his best friend needed to get along, needed to spend time together, needed to be friends. So Owen spent 3 years watching me fall in love with his best friend, watching Jake and me build a life together, sitting through dinners and game nights and holidays, pretending to be happy for us while dying inside. He said every time Jake talked about proposing or our future, it killed him a little more. I told him he needed to leave, that this was inappropriate, and that he was putting me in a terrible position. He said he knew, and that he was sorry, but that he couldn't pretend anymore. He said seeing me every week, being close to me but not being able to be with me was torture. He said he'd tried to move on, tried to date other people, but no one compared to me. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. He said Jake didn't deserve me, that Jake took me for granted, that Jake didn't appreciate how amazing I was, that if I was with Owen instead, he'd worship me every single day. I told him he was out of line, and that he needed to leave immediately. Owen got up to go, but then turned back, and said he had to know. He asked if I'd ever thought about him that way, if there was any chance I could feel the same way. I said absolutely not, that I loved Jake, and that Owen needed to respect that. He nodded and left, but the look on his face was devastating. I've never seen someone look so heartbroken. I sat there for an hour trying to process what just happened. My boyfriend's best friend just confessed his love for me. This man who'd been in our lives constantly, who'd been at every milestone, who Jake trusted completely, had been harboring feelings for me the entire time. It felt like a violation somehow, like I'd been unknowingly participating in something without my consent. I called my best friend Rachel immediately. She was shocked, but then said something that made me uncomfortable. She said she'd always thought Owen looked at me weird, that he was always too interested in what I was doing, too quick to laugh at my jokes, too eager to be around me. She said she'd mentioned it to me before, but I'd brushed it off. I didn't remember her saying anything, but maybe I just hadn't wanted to see it. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept replaying every interaction I'd ever had with Owen through this new lens. Had he been flirting with me? Had I missed signs? That time he gave me an expensive birthday gift, and Jake joked that it was nicer than his gift. Was Owen trying to compete? That time Owen showed up with soup when I was sick, and stayed to watch movies with me while Jake was at work. Was that not just being a good friend? The more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I got. There were moments that seemed innocent at the time, but now felt loaded with meaning. Owen always sat next to me when we hung out in groups. He remembered small details about things I liked. He'd bring me my favorite coffee order without being asked. He was always available when I needed something, even when it was inconvenient. I realized Jake had probably never noticed, because why would he? Your best friend being nice to your girlfriend is a good thing. You want them to get along. Jake was probably thrilled that Owen and I were friendly. He had no idea Owen had ulterior motives this whole time. The next morning, Owen texted me apologizing. He said he shouldn't have said anything, and that he'd put me in an unfair position. He said he'd back off and give Jake and me space. I didn't respond. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to tell Jake immediately, but another part of me didn't want to destroy their friendship. They'd been best friends for 20 years. Since they were 7 years old. How could I be the reason that ended? But I also couldn't not tell Jake. Owen had crossed a massive line. Jake deserved to know that his best friend had feelings for his girlfriend. That every time the three of us hung out, Owen was wishing he was in Jake's place. That their entire friendship had been tainted by this secret. I decided to wait until Jake got home. This wasn't a phone call conversation, but waiting was agony. Jake called every night to check in and tell me about his day, and I had to act normal. I had to pretend everything was fine. Meanwhile, I was spiraling. I started questioning everything. Did I do something to make Owen think I was interested? Was I too friendly? Too touchy? I'm naturally an affectionate person. I hug people. I touch arms when I talk. I make eye contact. Had Owen misinterpreted normal friendliness as interest? Rachel came over the second night, and we analyzed every interaction I could remember. She said I hadn't done anything wrong, that Owen was responsible for his own feelings, and that I couldn't control how someone else interpreted my behavior. But I still felt guilty somehow. Then Rachel said something that hadn't occurred to me. She asked if I believed Owen when he said he'd been in love with me for 3 years, or if maybe he'd only recently developed feelings and was lying about the timeline to make it seem more epic and romantic. That it messed me up even more. Had Owen been planning this confession? Had he waited for a moment when Jake was gone to make his move? I also started wondering why now. Why confess after 3 years? What changed? Was it because Jake and I had been talking more seriously about marriage? Was Owen afraid he was running out of time? Did he think he could break us up and swoop in? The more I thought about his motivations, the more manipulative it all seemed. On the third night, Owen called me. I didn't answer. He left a voicemail. He said he knew I was probably upset, and that he didn't expect me to forgive him. But he said he wanted me to know that everything he felt was real, and that he'd never meant to hurt me or Jake. He said he was going to tell Jake himself, because Jake deserved to hear it from him. Then he was prepared to lose Jake's friendship if it meant being honest. I panicked. I couldn't let Owen tell Jake. If Owen controlled the narrative, he could spin it however he wanted. He could make himself seem noble for confessing his feelings. He could downplay what he'd said to me. I needed to tell Jake first. I called Jake immediately. It was midnight his time, but I didn't care. He answered, sounding worried, asking if everything was okay. I said I needed to tell him something and that it couldn't wait. Then I told him everything. Every word of Owen's confession. The timeline. The things he said about Jake not deserving me. All of it. Jake was silent for a long time. Then he asked if I had feelings for Owen. I was shocked he'd even ask that. I said absolutely not, that I was disgusted by the whole thing, and that I wanted nothing to do with Owen anymore. Jake said okay, but I could tell he was processing. He said he needed to call Owen and he'd call me back. An hour later, Jake called back. He'd talked to Owen. Apparently, Owen admitted everything, and even added more details. Owen told Jake that he'd introduced Jake to me at that party 3 years ago, specifically because Owen had been too nervous to talk to me himself. Owen had seen me first, and then chickened out. So he got Jake to go talk to me instead. Jake asked me why I'd never told him that Owen had seen me first, and I said because I didn't know. Jake had always told me he'd spotted me across the room and had to meet me. So our entire relationship started with Owen's cowardice. And then when Jake and I hit it off, Owen was too much of a coward to say anything then too. Instead, he spent 3 years watching and waiting and hoping. Jake said Owen was crying on the phone, apologizing, saying he knew he'd ruined everything, but that he couldn't keep pretending. Jake said he told Owen their friendship was over. 20 years of friendship gone, because Owen couldn't control his feelings. Jake was devastated. He said he felt betrayed on multiple levels. Betrayed that Owen had feelings for me. Betrayed that Owen had lied by omission for 3 years. Betrayed that Owen had been a part of our relationship under false pretenses. But then, Jake said something that made my heart sink. He asked if there was any truth to what Owen said about him taking me for granted. I said no, that Owen was just trying to justify his feelings. But Jake pushed. He said Owen had apparently given specific examples of times when Jake had prioritized work or friends over me. Times when Jake had forgotten plans, or been late, or been on his phone too much. Jake wanted to know if I'd complained about him to Owen. I told Jake I'd never complained to Owen about anything. That any venting I'd done was to Rachel, not Owen. But Jake seemed fixated on this idea that maybe there was some truth to Owen's criticism. Like maybe Owen saw things Jake didn't. It was like Jake was using this as an opportunity for self-reflection, but at the worst possible time. I tried to redirect the conversation back to Owen's betrayal, but Jake kept spiraling. He started asking if I thought we rushed into living together, if I thought he worked too much, if I was actually happy, or if I was just settling. It was like Owen's confession had made Jake question our entire relationship. We were on the phone for 2 hours. By the end of it, I was exhausted, and Jake was talking about cutting his work trip short to come home. I told him not to, that we could talk more when he got back as planned, but he said he couldn't focus on work anyway. The next day, Jake flew home early. He walked in the door looking awful, like he hadn't slept in days. We sat down and talked for hours. He said he kept replaying every hangout with Owen, every time the 3 of us had been together, wondering if he'd missed signs, wondering if Owen and I had ever had moments alone that meant something. I assured him nothing had ever happened, that I'd never seen Owen as anything but Jake's friend, that I was as blindsided as he was, but I could see doubt in Jake's eyes, like he wanted to believe me but couldn't quite get there. Then Jake asked Guy the question I'd been dreading. He asked if I wanted to explore things with Owen, if maybe there was a part of me that was curious. I was so angry he'd even ask that. I told him that Owen had ruined everything, and that I wanted him out of our lives completely. Jake nodded, but then said he'd been thinking. He said maybe Owen did us a favor, maybe this was a sign that our relationship wasn't as solid as we thought. Maybe the fact that his best friend could fall in love with me meant there were cracks we hadn't acknowledged. I tried to argue, but Jake was spiraling into this philosophical place where nothing I said made a difference. Over the next few days, things got worse instead of better. Jake was distant. He was in his head constantly. He'd look at me sometimes like he was seeing me for the first time, like he was reevaluating everything he thought he knew about me, about us, about our future. Owen kept texting both of us, apologizing to Jake, apologizing to me, saying he never meant for this to happen. Jake told him to stop contacting us. Owen said he would, but that he hoped someday Jake could forgive him. Jake blocked his number. My friends all have opinions. Rachel thinks Jake is being ridiculous, and that he should be focused on being angry at Owen, not questioning our relationship. My other friend, Melissa, thinks Jake's reaction makes sense, that finding out your best friend wants your girlfriend would make anyone insecure. My friend David thinks Owen is a creep who waited for a vulnerable moment to make his move, and that we should both cut him off completely. Jake's family got involved somehow. His mom called me, asking what happened with Owen. Apparently, Jake told her they weren't friends anymore, but didn't give details. When I explained, she was horrified. She said Owen had always seemed like such a nice boy, and she couldn't believe he'd do something like this. Then she asked if Jake and I were okay. I said I didn't know, because I really don't know. We're living in the same apartment, but it feels like there's this massive wall between us. Jake is pulling away, and I don't know how to stop it. I didn't do anything wrong, but I'm being punished for Owen's feelings. It's not fair. Yesterday, Jake said he thinks we should take a break. Not break up, just take some time apart to think about things. I asked what things, and he said he needs to figure out if he can trust me around his friends anymore. I lost it. I told him that was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard, and that I hadn't done anything to betray his trust. He said he knows that logically, but emotionally he's struggling. So now we're on a break. Jake is staying at his brother's place. I'm alone in our apartment, surrounded by our things and our life together, wondering how we got here. All because Owen couldn't keep his mouth shut. All because Owen decided his feelings were more important than a 20-year friendship and a 3-year relationship. I'm angry at Owen for starting this. I'm angry at Jake for not fighting for us. I'm angry at myself for not seeing the signs that apparently everyone else saw. I'm angry at the whole situation. Owen sent one final message before Jake blocked him. He said he knew he'd destroyed everything, and that he'd live with that guilt forever. He said he was moving to a different city for a fresh start. He said he hoped Jake and I could work things out and be happy. The audacity of that man to wish us happiness after blowing up our lives is unbelievable. I don't know what happens now. Jake and I are supposed to talk again this weekend. He needs time to process and figure out his feelings. I'm supposed to just wait here and hope he decides I'm worth fighting for. It's humiliating. Part of me is angry enough to just end things. If Jake can't see that Owen is the problem, and that I'm the victim here too, then maybe we're not meant to be together. But another part of me loves him and wants to fix this, wants to prove that we're stronger than Owen's confession, wants our life back. My therapist, who I started seeing 3 days ago, because this has been so traumatic, says that Jake is processing a betrayal, and that I need to give him space and grace. She says his trust wasn't just broken with Owen, it was broken with his own judgment. He trusted Owen. He brought Owen into our lives. He never suspected anything. Now he's questioning his ability to read people in situations. I get that intellectually, but emotionally, I'm drowning. I did nothing wrong, and my relationship is falling apart. Owen gets to move to a new city and start fresh, while I'm left picking up the pieces of the bomb he dropped. If you're reading this and you have feelings for your friend's partner, please, just keep it to yourself. Or remove yourself from the situation. Don't confess and blow up multiple lives, because you think it's the honest thing to do. Owen's honesty has destroyed 3 people. There's nothing noble about that. I miss my boyfriend. I miss my life. I miss feeling secure in my relationship. And I hate that one conversation with the wrong person took all of that away from me. Story 5. I'm 32 years old, and I've been with my girlfriend Rebecca for 2 years. We met at a coffee shop, where she was reading one of my favorite books. We started talking about it, and clicked immediately. She was into all the same things I was into. Same music taste, same movies, same hobbies, same political views, same life goals. It felt like meeting my soulmate. Like the universe had literally created my perfect match and put her in my path. Rebecca moved in with me 6 months ago. Things were great. We never fought. We always agreed on everything. We liked doing the same activities. My friends loved her. My family loved her. Everyone kept saying how lucky I was to find someone so compatible. I thought I was going to marry this woman. Last week, I came home early from work because I wasn't feeling well. I have my own business and had cleared my afternoon schedule to rest. Rebecca wasn't expecting me home for another 5 hours. When I walked in, I heard music playing. But it wasn't the indie folk music Rebecca always listened to. It was heavy metal. Loud, aggressive metal that Rebecca had always said gave her headaches. I walked into the living room and Rebecca was there in clothes I'd never seen before. Black ripped jeans, a band t-shirt, heavy boots. She had her hair down and messy instead of in the neat bun she always wore. She was headbanging and playing air guitar. When she saw me, she literally froze mid-headbang. The look on her face was pure panic. I asked her what was going on. She scrambled to turn off the music and started making excuses. She said she was just trying something new, exploring different music. But the way she said it was off. She was flustered in a way I'd never seen before. Rebecca was always so calm and composed. This was different. Then I noticed other things. There were energy drink cans on the coffee table. Rebecca always drank herbal tea and said caffeine made her anxious. There was a horror movie paused on the TV. Rebecca always said she hated horror movies because they were too violent. There was a half-eaten burger from a fast food place on the counter. Rebecca was supposedly vegetarian. I asked her point blank what was happening. She started crying and said she needed to tell me something. We sat down, and she confessed that she'd been pretending to be someone she wasn't for our entire relationship. Everything I thought I knew about her was a lie. She said that day we met at the coffee shop, she'd noticed me before I noticed her. She thought I was attractive, so she looked at what book I was holding and quickly Googled it on her phone. She read a summary and some reviews in like 5 minutes. When I sat down near her, she pretended to be reading the same book and made sure I saw the cover. I took the bait and started talking to her. During that first conversation, I mentioned things I liked, bands I listened to, movies I enjoyed, places I wanted to travel. Rebecca went home that night and created a whole fake persona based on what I'd said. She researched all the bands I mentioned and memorized album names and song lyrics. She watched all the movies I'd referenced. She studied my interests like she was cramming for an exam. On our second date, she showed up as this person who shared all my interests. I thought it was amazing coincidence. It wasn't coincidence, it was calculated deception. Every band she claimed to love, she'd actually never listened to before meeting me. Every movie she said was her favorite, she'd only watched once to prepare talking points. Every hobby we supposedly shared, she'd researched just enough to fake her way through conversations. I was in shock. I asked her why. Why would someone do that? She said she'd been single for years and was tired of being alone. She said when she saw me, she decided she wanted to be with me. So she became whoever she thought I wanted. She said it started as just getting her foot in the door, but then it spiraled. The more I fell for fake Rebecca, the harder it became to show me real Rebecca. I asked who real Rebecca even was. She said she loved heavy metal and punk rock. She said she ate meat and actually thought vegetarianism was pretentious. She said she loved horror movies and action films, not the indie dramas we'd been watching. She said she hated hiking and camping, which we did almost every weekend. She said she didn't want kids, even though we'd talked extensively about having 2 kids in the next few years. Everything was a lie. Her personality, her interests, her goals, her values. I'd been dating a character she created, not an actual person. I asked her what else she'd lied about. She said her job was real, and her family was real, but almost everything about her personality and preferences was fabricated. I asked about her friends. The few times I'd met them, they seemed to fit with the persona Rebecca had created. She admitted she'd actually distanced herself from her real friends because they knew the real her, and she was afraid they'd slip up and expose her lies. The friends I'd met were actually just acquaintances. She'd kept at arm's length specifically so they wouldn't know her well enough to contradict her fake personality. I felt sick. I asked if she even loved me, or if that was fake too. She swore her feelings were real, that she'd fallen in love with me genuinely, but she'd just been too afraid to show me who she really was. She said every time she thought about coming clean, she'd imagine me leaving her, and she couldn't handle it. So she just kept up the act. I asked how she'd maintained this for 2 years. She said it was exhausting. When I wasn't around, she was herself. She'd blast her music, eat what she wanted, watch what she wanted. But the second she knew I was coming home, she'd switch back into character. She said living with me had made it harder because she had less time to be herself. She'd started taking long showers just so she could have a few minutes of not pretending. She said sometimes she'd volunteer to run errands alone, just so she could listen to her actual music in the car, or grab the food she actually wanted to eat. She said she'd wake up early before me sometimes, just to have an hour of being real Rebecca, before fake Rebecca had to appear for the day. I thought about all our conversations, all the times we'd talked about our shared interests and future plans. None of it was real. She'd just been telling me what I wanted to hear. I asked if she'd ever disagreed with me about anything and just pretended to agree. She said yes, constantly. Politics, movies, restaurant choices, vacation plans, everything. If I had an opinion, she'd mirror it. I asked about the times I thought we'd had deep, meaningful connections. Like when we stayed up all night talking about philosophy and life. She admitted she'd Googled common philosophy talking points earlier that day because I'd mentioned wanting to have a deep conversation. She'd fed me rehearsed thoughts and pretended they were her genuine beliefs. The more she confessed, the more betrayed I felt. I asked if anything about our relationship was authentic. She said the emotions were real, even if the personality wasn't. She said she genuinely cared about me and loved spending time with me. But how could I believe that? How could any emotion be real when it was being felt by a fake person? I told her I needed space and went to stay at my friend Marcus's place. Marcus couldn't believe it. None of my friends could. They'd all thought Rebecca was perfect for me. That was the point. She'd designed herself to be perfect for me. She'd studied me like a subject and created the ideal girlfriend based on her research. I started thinking back through our relationship, looking for signs I'd missed. Were there moments where the mask slipped? There was this one time we were at a concert for a band we supposedly both loved. I was super into it, but Rebecca seemed kind of bored. She said she wasn't feeling well. Now I wonder if she just hated the music and couldn't fake enthusiasm for 3 hours straight. There was another time we went to a vegetarian restaurant, and I could have sworn I saw her grimace at the food. She said everything was delicious, but she barely ate anything. I thought maybe the restaurant just wasn't good. Now I realize she probably wanted a steak. We'd planned a camping trip for next month. Rebecca had always seemed excited about our camping trips, even though she'd admitted she actually hated them. I thought about her spending weekends in the woods being miserable, just to maintain her lie. How was that sustainable? How long did she think she could keep this up? I talked to my therapist about it. She said this was a form of manipulation, and that healthy relationships require authenticity. She said Rebecca had essentially catfished me in person. She'd presented a false version of herself to gain my affection, and then maintained that false version to keep my affection. The fact that we lived together, and she was still doing it, showed how deep the deception went. My sister said I should break up with her immediately. She said anyone capable of lying that extensively about that many things, for that long, couldn't be trusted. She said even if Rebecca came clean now, how would I ever know if she was being real or just creating a new character? But part of me felt bad for Rebecca. She clearly had serious issues with self-worth, and authenticity. The fact that she thought she had to be someone else entirely to be loved was sad. I wondered if she'd done this in previous relationships too, or if I was special. Not special in a good way. Special in that she'd crafted an entire fake person just for me. I asked her to write down everything real about her, her actual interests, opinions, preferences, everything. She sent me a document that was startling. Real Rebecca liked things I actively disliked. She was into extreme sports. She loved spicy food that I couldn't handle. She was atheist while I was spiritual. She voted differently than me. She wanted to live in a city while I loved the suburbs. Reading that document, I realized that real Rebecca and I had almost nothing in common. We were fundamentally incompatible. The only reason we'd worked was because one of us didn't actually exist. If she'd been herself from day one, we probably would have had one date and never called each other again. That hurt more than the lying somehow. It meant our entire relationship was built on nothing. There was no foundation, no real compatibility, just a performance that I'd mistaken for connection. Rebecca kept calling and texting. She said she wanted to go to couples therapy. She said she'd be herself from now on, and we could start over. But how do you start over when you don't even know who you're starting over with? And did I even want to date real Rebecca? Based on what she'd told me, we had nothing in common. I agreed to meet her for coffee to talk. She showed up looking completely different. She had her hair styled in a way I'd never seen, darker makeup, clothes that were edgier. She ordered a regular coffee with extra sugar instead of the green tea she always got. She seemed nervous, like she was on a first date. She apologized again and said she understood if I wanted to break up, but she asked if I'd be willing to get to know real her. She said maybe we could actually work even without all the shared interests. She said relationships were about more than just liking the same music and movies. I asked her what she thought relationships were about, if not compatibility. She said connection, trust, respect. I pointed out that she'd violated trust pretty severely. She agreed, but said she wanted a chance to rebuild it. She said the feelings between us were real, even if her personality hadn't been. But I kept getting stuck on that. How could the feelings be real? She'd fallen in love with me while I'd fallen in love with a fictional character. My feelings weren't for her. They were for the person she'd pretended to be. And her feelings for me were formed while she was being someone else. How could either of those feelings be authentic? I told her I needed more time to think. She said she understood. As she left, she hugged me, and it felt like hugging a stranger. Because in a way, she was a stranger. I didn't know this person. I'd never known this person. My friends had mixed opinions. Marcus thought I should cut my losses. He said the level of deception was unforgivable, and that I'd never be able to trust her again. My friend Sarah thought everyone deserves a second chance, and that Rebecca clearly had issues she needed to work through, but that didn't make her a bad person. My mom was horrified when I told her. She said she'd always thought Rebecca was too perfect, and now she knew why. She said real people have quirks and disagreements, and that Rebecca's constant agreeableness should have been a red flag. In hindsight, she was right. Rebecca never challenged me on anything. Never had a strong opposing opinion. Never wanted to do something different than what I wanted. I thought it meant we were perfectly in sync, but really it meant she was perfectly fake. I looked at the photos from our relationship, all our hiking trips where she'd supposedly been having the time of her life, our concert dates, where she'd supposedly been as into the music as I was, our vegetarian dinner dates where she'd supposedly enjoyed the food. In every photo, she was smiling, but now I knew those smiles were part of the performance. I felt like I'd been in a relationship with an actress, like every moment we shared was a scene she was playing rather than genuine life she was living. The spontaneous dance parties in the kitchen, rehearsed. The deep late-night conversations, scripted. The romantic gestures, calculated. I started wondering if she'd faked other things too. When we had sex, was she genuinely attracted to me, or was that part of the act? When she said I love you, did she mean it, or was she just saying what the character would say? When she laughed at my jokes, was it real or performed? These thoughts were driving me crazy. I couldn't trust any memory I had, because I didn't know what was real and what was manufactured. Our entire relationship history felt contaminated. Rebecca sent me a long email explaining her childhood and how she'd always felt like she had to be what other people wanted her to be accepted. She'd grown up with critical parents, say, who constantly told her to change herself. She'd learned to mold her personality, to avoid conflict and gain approval. By the time she met me, it was second nature to become whoever someone needed her to be. The email made me sympathetic, but it didn't change the facts. She'd lied to me for 2 years about fundamental aspects of her identity. She'd moved into my home under false pretenses. She'd discussed marriage and children with me, based on lies. How could I build a future with someone who'd built our entire past on deception? I finally decided I needed to meet real Rebecca properly. Not the coffee shop version where she was still clearly nervous and trying to present well. I needed to see her in her element. I asked if I could come to her favorite places and do her favorite things. She seemed surprised, but agreed. We went to a metal concert. It was loud and aggressive, and not my scene at all. But watching Rebecca there, I saw someone I'd never seen before. She was alive in a way fake Rebecca never was. She was headbanging, screaming lyrics, completely uninhibited. She looked happy, genuinely, authentically happy. And I realized that in 2 years together, I'd never actually seen her that happy. After the concert, we went to a burger place she loved. She ordered this massive bacon cheeseburger and ate it with obvious pleasure. She talked about how hard it had been to pretend to be vegetarian, how she'd sneak meat when I wasn't around, how guilty she'd felt every time. I asked her what else she'd felt guilty about. She said everything. Every lie, every fake smile, every pretend interest. She said the guilt was constant, but the fear of losing me was stronger. She said she'd trapped herself in this lie and didn't know how to get out without losing everything. Sitting there watching real Rebecca, I realized something. I didn't know this person, and I wasn't sure I wanted to. We had fundamentally different interests and values. The connection I'd felt was based on commonality that didn't exist. Without that false foundation, there was nothing. I told her the truth. I said I appreciated her finally being honest. And I understood she had her reasons for the deception. But I couldn't be with her. Not because I was angry, though I was, but because we simply weren't compatible. Real Rebecca and I wouldn't have made it past a second date if she'd been herself from the start. She cried. She said she knew it was over, but had hoped we could find something real underneath all the lies. I said maybe in another life. If we'd met differently, things could have worked. But too much damage had been done. We went back to the apartment and she packed her things. It was surreal watching her pack band t-shirts I'd never seen her wear, and books I didn't know she owned. It was like discovering she'd had a whole secret life in our own home. Before she left, she apologized one more time. She said she hoped I'd find someone who was genuinely compatible with me, someone who didn't have to pretend. I said I hoped she'd find someone she felt safe being herself with. She nodded and left. Now I'm alone in this apartment, full of memories that feel fake. I'm grieving a relationship that never actually existed. I'm mourning someone who wasn't real. It's a strange kind of heartbreak. My advice to anyone reading this is to pay attention to people who seem too perfect. Real people have contradictions and quirks. Real people disagree sometimes. If someone mirrors everything you say and like, be cautious. It might not be soulmate synchronicity. It might be calculated deception. And to anyone thinking about doing what Rebecca did, please, don't. Be yourself from the start. The right person will love the real you, and the wrong person isn't worth pretending for. Rebecca wasted 2 years of both our lives trying to be someone she wasn't. Now we both have to start over. Story 6. I'm 28 years old, and I've been dating my girlfriend Amy for about 1.5 years. Things were going really well until about 3 months ago, when everything went completely off the rails. I'm still trying to process what happened, and honestly, I don't know if our relationship can survive this. I need to give some background first. I'm very close with my younger sister Emma. She's 25, and we've always had a great relationship. Growing up, our parents worked a lot, so I basically helped raise her. We're only 3 years apart, but I've always been protective of her like a much older brother would be. She's my best friend, and we talk almost every day. Emma went through a really bad breakup about 4 months ago. Her boyfriend of 3 years cheated on her with her roommate, and she was absolutely devastated. She moved back home with our parents temporarily, while she figured out her living situation and healed emotionally. During this time, I was there for her constantly. Phone calls every night, taking her out to dinner to cheer her up, helping her move her stuff out of the apartment she'd shared with her ex. Normal sibling support stuff. Amy knew all of this. She knew Emma was going through a hard time, and she seemed supportive at first. She'd ask how Emma was doing and would even suggest I invite Emma to hang out with us sometimes. Everything seemed fine. Then things started getting weird. Amy began making comments about how much time I spent talking to Emma. I'd be on the phone with Emma, and Amy would give me looks. I brushed it off at first, thinking maybe she just felt neglected. So, I made an effort to balance my time better and make sure Amy felt prioritized. But the comments got worse. Amy started saying things like, it was weird how close Emma and I were. She said most siblings don't talk every single day. She said it was strange that Emma called me when she was upset, instead of calling a girlfriend. I explained that Emma and I had always been close, and that she was going through a tough time. Amy said she understood, but her tone suggested she didn't. One night, about 3 months ago, Emma called me crying. It was late, maybe 11 at night, and she'd had a panic attack. She was still struggling with the trauma of being betrayed by both her boyfriend and her roommate. She asked if I could come over to our parents' house because she didn't want to be alone. Amy and I were watching a movie when this call came in. I told Amy I needed to go check on Emma. She asked why Emma couldn't call one of her friends. I said Emma didn't really have close friends nearby, that most of her friend group had been tied to her ex. Amy said it was late, and couldn't it wait until morning? I said no. Emma needed me now. Amy got quiet and said fine, but she seemed upset. I went to my parents' house and stayed with Emma for about 2 hours. We talked. I calmed her down, made her some tea, watched part of a movie until she fell asleep on the couch. Then, I went back home to Amy. She was still awake, and she asked where I'd been. I said with Emma, obviously. She asked what we'd been doing for 2 hours. I explained we'd just talked, and I'd helped her calm down from a panic attack. Amy asked if anything physical had happened. I laughed because I thought she was joking. She wasn't. She asked again if I'd touched Emma, or if Emma had touched me. I was confused and asked what she meant. She said she needed to know if anything inappropriate had happened between us. I was shocked. I asked her if she was seriously asking if something sexual had happened between me and my sister. She said she just needed to know the truth. I told her she was being insane, and that Emma was my sister. Amy said that didn't always matter, that she'd read stories online about siblings who were too close. I should have ended things right there. That should have been the massive red flag that made me walk away. But I loved Amy, and I thought maybe she was just having a moment of insecurity. So I sat her down and reassured her that Emma was my sister. that I loved her in a completely platonic familial way, and that there was nothing inappropriate about our relationship. Amy seemed to accept this, but things didn't get better. She started asking to see my phone. She wanted to read my text conversations with Emma. At first, I said no, because it felt like a violation of privacy. She said if I had nothing to hide, I should have no problem showing her. So stupidly, I showed her my texts with Emma. They were completely normal sibling conversations. Memes, complaints about work, Emma venting about her ex, me giving her advice, planning to grab lunch together. Nothing remotely inappropriate. But Amy fixated on the fact that I told Emma I loved her at the end of some texts. I explained that's normal. People tell their siblings they love them. Amy said it was excessive and weird. Things escalated 2 months ago. Amy asked to meet Emma properly. They'd met briefly a few times, but never really hung out. I thought this was great. Maybe if they spent time together, Amy would see that Emma and I had a normal sibling relationship and she'd relax. So I organized a dinner with the three of us. It was awkward from the start. Amy was cold to Emma. She barely spoke to her, and when she did, her tone was clipped. Emma tried to be friendly, but I could see she was confused by Amy's behavior. After dinner, Emma pulled me aside and asked if Amy didn't like her. I made excuses, said that Amy was probably just having an off day after Emma left. Amy said she didn't like her. I asked why, and she said Emma was too touchy with me. I asked what she meant. Amy said Emma had hugged me when we met up for dinner and had touched my arm a few times during conversation. Normal, casual touches that siblings do. But Amy interpreted them as flirtatious. I tried to explain that Emma wasn't flirting with me, that she was just naturally affectionate, that this was how she'd always been. Amy said I was being naive, and that Emma clearly had feelings for me. I got angry and told Amy she was projecting something sick onto a normal sibling relationship. She started crying and said she was just trying to protect me. Protect me from what? My own sister? It was absurd. But Amy was so convinced. She said she'd noticed the way Emma looked at me, the way she laughed at all my jokes, the way she found excuses to touch me. All things that could be explained by the fact that Emma is my sister, and we're close. The final straw came 3 weeks ago. Amy went through my phone while I was in the shower. She found photos of Emma and me from a family barbecue. In one photo, Emma had her arm around me. In another, we were laughing at something. Normal family photos. But Amy lost it. When I got out of the shower, she was holding my phone and crying. She said she had proof that something was going on between us. I asked what proof. She showed me the photos. I stared at her in disbelief. These were innocent family photos that anyone could look at and see were completely appropriate. But Amy had built this entire narrative in her head. She said the photos proved Emma was in love with me. She said I must be in love with Emma, too, because why else would I have so many photos of her on my phone? I pointed out that I also had photos of my parents, my friends, my cousins. She said it wasn't the same. Then Amy said something unforgivable. She said she was going to tell people about what was really going on. She said everyone needed to know the truth about Emma and me. I asked her what truth she thought she was going to tell. She said she was going to tell my family and friends that Emma and I were having an inappropriate relationship. I told her if she did that, we were done. She said she didn't care, that people deserved to know. I told her she was delusional, and that there was nothing to know. She said I was gaslighting her, and that she knew what she saw. I thought she was bluffing. She wasn't. The next day, Amy called my mother. She told my mom that she was concerned about Emma's relationship with me. She said it seemed inappropriate and unhealthy. My mom was confused and asked what Amy meant. Amy apparently went into detail about all her concerns, the late-night calls, the physical affection, the frequency of communication. My mom called me immediately. She was upset and confused. She asked what Amy was talking about. I explained that Amy had developed this insane theory. that Emma and I were too close, and that she'd completely misinterpreted normal sibling behavior. My mom was horrified. She said Amy had made it sound like Emma and I were having an incestuous relationship. My mom called Amy back and told her she was way out of line. She said Emma and I had a normal, healthy sibling relationship, and that Amy's accusations were disgusting. Amy apparently doubled down and said my mom was in denial. My mom hung up on her, but the damage was done. Amy had also called Emma directly and confronted her. She'd accused Emma of being in love with me and trying to sabotage our relationship. Emma was so upset she called me crying. She said Amy had said horrible things to her, had accused her of wanting to sleep with her own brother, had called her sick and twisted. I was furious. I called Amy and told her we were done. She started crying and begging me not to break up with her. She said she was just trying to protect our relationship. I said she'd destroyed our relationship by making vile accusations about my sister. She said she was sorry and that she'd overreacted, but that deep down she still thought something was off. I told her to never contact me again, and I blocked her number. But Amy wasn't done. She started calling my friends. She told them she was worried about me because I had an inappropriate relationship with my sister. Some of my friends were confused and called me to ask what was going on. Others believed her initial story and started acting weird around me. My best friend Mike called me and asked point blank if something was going on with Emma. I was so hurt that he'd even ask. I explained the entire situation, and he felt terrible for doubting me. But the fact that he doubted at all showed how much damage Amy's accusations had done. Emma was devastated. She felt guilty even though she'd done nothing wrong. She said maybe she should have kept more distance from me. Maybe she shouldn't have called me so much when she was going through her breakup. I told her that was ridiculous, and that she had every right to lean on her brother during a difficult time. My parents were furious with Amy. My dad wanted to threaten her with legal action for slander. My mom wanted to call Amy's parents and tell them what their daughter had done. I told them to just leave it alone, that engaging with Amy would only make things worse. But Amy kept going. She posted vague things on social media about toxic family dynamics and inappropriate relationships. She didn't name me or Emma specifically, but anyone who knew us could figure out what she was talking about. Friends started asking questions. Emma's coworkers saw the posts and started gossiping. Emma ended up having a breakdown. The stress of the accusations on top of her already fragile mental state from her breakup was too much. She had to take time off work and started seeing a therapist. My parents were beside themselves with worry, and I felt responsible, even though logically I knew none of this was my fault. I talked to a lawyer about whether we could do anything about Amy's accusations. He said unless she'd made specific false statements that could be proven, there wasn't much we could do. Social media posts that were vague didn't really qualify. It would cost more in legal fees than it was worth. Amy tried to contact me through mutual friends. She sent messages saying she was sorry and that she'd made a mistake. She said she'd been jealous and insecure and had let it spiral out of control. She asked if we could talk. I refused. The damage was done. Some of my friends took her side. They said I must have done something to make her that insecure. They said healthy relationships with siblings don't usually cause this kind of jealousy, so maybe there was something inappropriate about how close Emma and I were. Hearing that from people I'd known for years was crushing. I've lost friendships over this. People who believed Amy's insinuations, or who just didn't want to get involved in the drama. Family gatherings are now tense because everyone knows about the accusations, even though they know they're not true. Emma barely leaves the house because she's so anxious about running into people who might have heard the rumors. My relationship with Emma hasn't changed on my end, but she's more reserved now. She doesn't call me as much. She doesn't hug me when we see each other. She's created distance to protect both of us from further accusations. It breaks my heart that Amy's delusions have damaged my relationship with my sister. I went to therapy to process all of this. My therapist said Amy likely had serious insecurity and jealousy issues that manifested as this paranoid delusion. She said some people can't handle their partner having close relationships with anyone, even family members. She said Amy probably needed professional help, but that wasn't my responsibility. The therapist also said I needed to accept that some relationships in my life were going to be permanently changed by this. That people who believed Amy, or who judged me for having a close relationship with my sister, weren't people I needed in my life anyway. That was hard to hear, but probably true. Emma's therapist has been helping her work through the false accusations. Apparently, it's a form of emotional abuse to accuse someone of something so vile, with no evidence. Emma feels violated and dirty, even though she knows she did nothing wrong. The therapist said it might take a long time for her to feel normal again. My parents have been amazing through all of this. They've been supportive of both Emma and me. They've shut down any gossip they've heard. They've made it clear to extended family that Amy's accusations were baseless and malicious. But I know this whole situation has been stressful for them too. I saw Amy at a mutual friend's birthday party last week. It was the first time we'd seen each other since the breakup. She tried to approach me, and I walked away. She followed me and said we needed to talk. I said we had nothing to talk about. She started crying and causing a scene. I ended up leaving the party early. Later that night, Amy sent me a long email. She apologized extensively and said she'd been going to therapy. She said she realized she'd had severe anxiety and jealousy issues that she'd projected onto my relationship with Emma. She said she understood if I could never forgive her, but that she wanted me to know she knew she was wrong. Part of me appreciated the apology, but it didn't undo the damage. Emma was still in therapy. I'd still lost friends. My family had still been put through hell. Amy's realization that she was wrong came too late to matter. I don't know what the point of this post is. Maybe just to vent. Maybe to warn people that jealousy can make someone you love turn into someone you don't recognize. Maybe to say that false accusations can destroy lives, even when they're eventually proven false. Amy destroyed my relationship with her, damaged my relationship with my sister, cost me friendships, and put my family through trauma. All because she couldn't accept that I had a close relationship with my sibling. All because she invented a scenario in her head and convinced herself it was real, despite all evidence to the contrary. I'll never date someone who has a problem with my family again. I'll never tolerate even small signs of that kind of jealousy or possessiveness. And I'll never forgive Amy for what she did to Emma. Emma was innocent and vulnerable, and Amy targeted her with vicious accusations during the worst time of her life. If you're reading this, and you're dating someone who gets jealous of your family relationships, pay attention to that red flag. If they're making you feel guilty for being close to your siblings or parents, that's not normal. If they're reading inappropriate things into innocent interactions, that's a problem. Get out before it escalates into something like this. And if you're the jealous partner, please get help. Talk to a therapist. Work on your insecurities. Don't make up narratives about your partner and their family members. You'll destroy the relationship and hurt innocent people in the process. It's not worth it. Story 7. I'm 35 years old, and until last week I thought I was engaged to the woman of my dreams. Her name is Vanessa. She's 28, and we'd been together for 2 years. I proposed 6 months ago, and we were planning our wedding for next spring. I work as an accountant and make decent money, around $90,000 a year. Vanessa worked part-time as a yoga instructor and made maybe $20,000 annually. I never cared about the income disparity. I loved her and was happy to support us both. Vanessa lived a pretty comfortable lifestyle for someone who only worked part-time. She had nice clothes, got regular spa treatments, drove a newer model car. I figured she was just good at budgeting, or maybe had some savings from before we met. She'd mentioned her parents helped her out sometimes. I never questioned it because it wasn't my business how she spent her money. We didn't live together yet. Vanessa had her own apartment that she said she loved and wasn't ready to give up. I respected that. We'd agreed she'd move into my place after the wedding. Meanwhile, I'd stay at her place a few nights a week, and she'd stay at mine the rest of the time. It worked for us. Last Tuesday, I finished work early and decided to surprise Vanessa at her apartment. I had a key she'd given me months ago. I let myself in expecting to find her home from her morning yoga class. Instead, I found her apartment empty, but her laptop was open on the kitchen counter. The screen was still lit up. I wasn't trying to snoop. The screen was literally right there, and I glanced at it without thinking. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was a website I'd never heard of called Seeking Arrangements, and Vanessa's profile was open. I know I shouldn't have looked further, but I couldn't stop myself. Her profile described her as a graduate student, looking for a generous benefactor to help with expenses. It said she was available for companionship, dates, and travel. Her profile pictures were glamorous shots I'd never seen before. She looked beautiful, but also like she was advertising something. I scrolled through her messages. There were dozens of conversations with different men, older men mostly. They were discussing allowances, arrangements, schedules. One guy was offering her $3,000 a month. Another was offering $5,000 plus gifts. The messages were explicit about what was expected in return. Dinners, trips, and yes, sex. I felt like I was going to throw up. I kept scrolling, hoping I'd misunderstood. Maybe this was an old profile from before we met, but the messages were recent. Some from last week, some from yesterday. Vanessa was actively meeting with these men while engaged to me. I found a message thread with someone named Richard. He was 58 years old, according to his profile. Vanessa called him Daddy in the messages, which made me physically ill. Richard was giving Vanessa $6,000 a month. In exchange, she saw him twice a week, always on Tuesdays and Thursdays. She told me she taught private yoga sessions on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. She wasn't teaching yoga. She was sleeping with a man old enough to be her father, for money. There was another man named Steven who took Vanessa on weekend trips once a month. She told me those weekends were yoga retreats she taught at. I thought it was sweet that she was so dedicated to her students. Turns out she was dedicated to Steven's wallet. A third man named Michael bought her the car I'd thought her parents had helped her with. He also paid for her apartment, which explained why she wasn't ready to give it up. She needed a place to bring these men. I sat there reading these messages for over an hour. Vanessa had multiple sugar daddies. She was juggling several men, all of whom thought they were the only ones supporting her. And then there was me, the boyfriend she actually lived with part-time, who had no idea any of this was happening. The messages showed a pattern. Vanessa would meet these men for dinner, go back to her apartment or their hotel rooms, sleep with them, and collect payment. Sometimes it was cash. Sometimes it was gifts. Sometimes it was direct deposits to her account. She was making more money from this than I made at my actual job. I found her calendar synced to the laptop. It was color-coded. Green was for me. Blue was for Richard. Red was for Steven. Yellow was for Michael. Purple was for two other men I hadn't even read the messages from yet. She'd scheduled her entire life around managing multiple relationships, without any of us knowing about the others. When I looked at the past 2 years of our relationship, through this new information, everything made sense. The nights she said she was too tired for me to come over, the weekends she was supposedly teaching, the random Tuesday and Thursday evenings when she was busy, the expensive jewelry I'd thought was from her grandmother. All lies. All explained by her secret life as a sugar baby. I heard her key in the lock and panicked. I didn't want to confront her yet. I wasn't ready. So I quickly took photos of the screen with my phone, closed the laptop, and pretended I'd just arrived. Vanessa walked in and was surprised to see me. She asked why I was there, and I said I'd wanted to surprise her. She seemed nervous, but hugged me and asked how my day was. I played along. I acted normal, even though I felt like my entire world had shattered. We ordered dinner and watched TV, and the whole time I was screaming inside. This woman I loved, who I'd asked to marry me, who I'd been planning a future with, was prostituting herself to multiple men, and I'd had no idea. That night, I went home and looked through all the photos I'd taken of her laptop. I found bank statements showing deposits from these men. Thousands and thousands of dollars over the past 2 years. While I'd been saving for our wedding and our future home, Vanessa had been accumulating wealth from selling herself. I created a fake profile on Seeking Arrangements to see if I could find her active profile. I did. It was still up and still accepting new messages. She was still looking for more sugar daddies, even though she already had at least 5 that I'd found evidence of. I spent the next 3 days gathering information. I created a timeline of every lie she'd told me and matched it to her actual activities with these men. That yoga retreat in Hawaii? She was actually there with Steven. The weekend visiting her sick aunt in Boston. She was with Michael at a luxury hotel. The private yoga client who needed evening sessions twice a week? That was Richard. I felt so stupid. So incredibly naive. How had I not seen this? Were there signs I'd missed? I thought back to weird moments that hadn't quite added up. The time she came home with bruises on her hips that she said were from a yoga injury. The expensive lingerie I'd found in her drawer that she said was for me, but I'd never seen her wear. The times she'd smell like cologne that wasn't mine, and she'd say it was from hugging a male friend. I'd trusted her completely, and she'd exploited that trust to live a double life. Actually, not a double life. A sextuple life. She was juggling 6 different men and keeping us all separate and ignorant. On Friday, I contacted a lawyer. I needed to know my options. The lawyer said that while what Vanessa was doing wasn't illegal in our state, since she was a consenting adult, it could potentially be considered fraud, since she'd accepted money and gifts from me under false pretenses about her financial situation and fidelity. He suggested I document everything and end the engagement. That evening, I asked Vanessa to come over to my place. I said we needed to talk about wedding planning. She showed up with a binder full of ideas, completely oblivious to what was about to happen. I felt a strange calmness. I'd spent 3 days processing, and now I was just done. I asked her to sit down. Then I pulled out printed copies of all the screenshots I'd taken. Her profile, her messages, her bank statements, her calendar, everything. I laid them out on the coffee table in front of her one by one. The look on her face went from confusion to recognition to panic in about 5 seconds. She started to say something, but I held up my hand. I told her I didn't want to hear excuses or lies. I just wanted the truth for once. Vanessa started crying. She said it wasn't what it looked like. I laughed at that because what else could it possibly look like? She was literally selling sex for money while engaged to me. She tried to say these were just friends who helped her out financially. I showed her the messages where she explicitly discussed sex acts and payment. Then she changed tactics. She said she'd been planning to stop once we got married, that this was just temporary to save money for our future. I asked her which future she meant, since she was apparently planning futures with at least 5 other men. She didn't have an answer. I asked her if she'd slept with any of these men without protection. She hesitated, and then admitted sometimes the men paid more for that. I felt my stomach drop. She'd been risking my health, possibly exposing me to STDs, all for extra cash. I asked when she'd last been tested. She said she got tested monthly. That was supposed to make me feel better, but it didn't. Vanessa tried to grab my hands and beg for forgiveness. She said she loved me, and only me. The other men meant nothing. They were just transactions. I pulled my hands away and asked how I was supposed to believe anything she said. She'd been lying to me every single day for 2 years. She said she'd started the sugar baby thing before we met, and didn't know how to stop. She said the money was addictive and she'd gotten used to the lifestyle. She said she'd tried to quit several times, but always went back. I asked if she'd considered being honest with me, instead of betraying me repeatedly. Vanessa said she knew I'd leave if I found out, so she had to keep it secret. She said she was planning to stop for real after the wedding. I asked why I should believe that, when she'd clearly been planning to continue based on her still active profile and recent messages. She didn't have an answer. I told her the engagement was off. I took the ring back right there. She sobbed and begged me to reconsider. She said we could go to couples therapy. She'd quit the sugar baby life cold turkey. She'd do anything to make this work. I said it was too late. The trust was gone. Our entire relationship had been built on lies. Vanessa asked if I was going to tell people why we broke up. I said I hadn't decided yet, but that she should probably come up with a story, because I wasn't going to lie for her. She panicked and said I couldn't tell anyone because it would ruin her reputation. I pointed out that she'd ruined her own reputation by doing what she did. She left that night and immediately started texting me, apologizing, begging, promising to change. I blocked her number. She started calling from different numbers. I blocked those too. She showed up at my apartment the next day. I didn't answer the door. She left notes saying she couldn't live without me, and that she'd made the biggest mistake of her life. I told my best friend Marcus what happened. He was shocked, but then said he'd always thought something was off about Vanessa. He said she lived above her means, and he'd wondered where the money came from. I asked why he never said anything, and he said it wasn't his place to accuse my girlfriend of anything without proof. My sister was less diplomatic. She said she'd never liked Vanessa, and thought she was using me. She said Vanessa had always seemed too interested in my income and career prospects. Looking back, my sister was right. Vanessa had asked a lot of questions early in our relationship about my salary, my savings, my career trajectory. I realized Vanessa had probably seen me as a long-term investment. The sugar daddy arrangements were for immediate income, but I was the retirement plan. She'd marry me, have access to my income and assets, and probably continue her side business since I clearly hadn't noticed it for 2 years. I contacted the wedding venues and vendors we'd put deposits down on. Most were understanding when I said the wedding was called off. A few required me to forfeit the deposits. I didn't even care. It was worth it to not marry someone who'd been lying to me every single day. Then I did something petty. I created my own profile on Seeking Arrangements and messaged Vanessa's profile pretending to be a potential client. I asked what her rates were and what services she provided. She responded within an hour, with detailed pricing and availability. Even after I'd broken up with her, even after she'd begged for another chance, she was still actively pursuing new clients. I sent her a screenshot of our exchange with a message, saying this was proof she'd never intended to change. She called me from yet another number, crying hysterically. She said she was just trying to pay her bills, since I'd broken up with her, and she needed income. I said she could get a real job like everyone else. She said yoga instruction didn't pay enough, and she had expenses. Those expenses were apparently the luxury lifestyle she'd become accustomed to through prostitution. The designer clothes, the spa treatments, the nice apartment, the fancy dinners. She'd built a life funded by selling herself, and she didn't want to give it up. I started telling people we'd broken up. I didn't give details at first, but when people asked what happened, I struggled with what to say. My mom asked point blank if Vanessa had cheated. I said yes, extensively, and for money. Word spread quickly after that. Vanessa's parents called me. They had no idea what their daughter had been doing. They were horrified and apologetic. Her dad said he'd thought they were helping her with legitimate expenses, when they sent her money occasionally. He had no idea she was supplementing their help with income from multiple sugar daddies. Her mom asked if there was any way to fix things. I said no. She said Vanessa had always struggled with money and making good decisions. That wasn't an excuse for prostitution and betrayal, but it gave me some context. Vanessa had apparently always taken the easy path to money, rather than working for it honestly. I found out from a mutual friend that Vanessa had told people I'd broken up with her, because I'd found out about a sugar daddy she'd briefly had before we met. She'd framed it as a past mistake I couldn't forgive, rather than an ongoing betrayal throughout our relationship. I corrected the record with anyone who'd listen. The hardest part was accepting that I'd never really known her. The woman I loved was a character she'd played for me. Real Vanessa was someone who could lie without hesitation, who could sleep with multiple men for money, while planning a wedding with another man, who could look me in the eye and fabricate entire stories about where she'd been and what she'd been doing. I went to get tested for STDs. The 2-week wait for results was agonizing. Thankfully, everything came back negative. I got lucky there, but I could have easily not been so lucky. Vanessa had risked my health without my knowledge or consent. I changed my locks because she'd had keys to my place. I blocked her on all social media. I deleted every photo of her from my phone. I boxed up everything she'd left at my apartment and had Marcus deliver it to her. I wanted nothing that reminded me of her. People asked if I was angry. I was past anger. I was just sad and disappointed. Sad that someone I'd loved and trusted could betray me so completely. Disappointed in myself for not seeing the signs that apparently others had noticed. My therapist says it's not my fault, that Vanessa was skilled at deception because she'd been living this double life for years before she even met me, that people who do this kind of thing are often very good at compartmentalizing and manipulating. That doesn't make me feel less stupid, but it helps a little. I've started dating again, but it's hard. I don't trust easily anymore. I question everything. If a woman seems to live above her means, I wonder how she affords it. If she has unexplained free time, I wonder what she's really doing. If she's vague about her whereabouts, I panic. Vanessa broke something in me that I don't know how to fix. The wedding would have been in 6 months. Instead of marrying Vanessa, I'll be continuing therapy and trying to rebuild my ability to trust. Instead of planning a honeymoon, I'm planning how to move forward from this betrayal. I found out recently that Vanessa moved to another city, supposedly for a fresh start, but I suspect she's just expanding her sugar baby operations to new markets where people don't know about her. I hope her new clients know what they're getting into, but I doubt she's suddenly become honest. I also found out that one of her sugar daddies, Richard, had no idea she had a fiancé. When he found out, he ended their arrangement immediately. Apparently, even men paying for companionship have standards about exclusivity and honesty. Vanessa lost at least one income stream from our breakup. Someone asked me if I ever loved her, or if the whole relationship was tainted by her lies. I did love her, or I loved who I thought she was. The Vanessa I knew was kind and sweet and passionate about yoga and wellness. That Vanessa doesn't exist. Real Vanessa is a woman who built her life on transactions and deception. If you're reading this, and you're thinking about becoming a sugar baby while in a committed relationship, please understand what you're risking. You're not just risking your relationship. You're risking your partner's health, their trust, their ability to love freely in the future. The money isn't worth destroying someone who loves you, and if you're dating someone whose lifestyle doesn't match their income, ask questions. Not accusatory questions, but genuine questions about how they manage their money. Look for inconsistencies in their stories. Trust your gut if something feels off. I ignored several warning signs because I didn't want to seem suspicious or controlling. I should have paid attention. I'm healing slowly. Some days are better than others. I'm I'm focusing on work and friends and hobbies. I'm relearning how to trust my judgment. And I'm grateful I found out before the wedding instead of after. At least I'm not legally tied to someone who saw our relationship as a side project to her main income stream. Vanessa tried to contact me one last time about a month ago. She sent a letter saying she was sorry and that she hoped I'd found happiness. The letter felt hollow, like something she wrote because she thought she should rather than because she meant it. I threw it away without responding. I'm 35 and single and starting over. It's not where I thought I'd be, but it's better than being 35 and married to a lie. I'll find someone real eventually. Someone whose life matches what they show me. Someone who doesn't have 5 different versions of themselves for 5 different men. Someone who values honesty over easy money. That's my story. My fiancé was a sugar baby the entire time we were together. And I never knew until I stumbled on her laptop. 2 years of my life were built on lies and transactions and scheduling around other men. But I'm free now, and that's what matters. Story 8. I'm 33 years old, and 3 years ago my husband Daniel died. Except he didn't actually die. He faked his death and disappeared, and I just found out he's been living in another state this entire time with a new identity and a new family. I don't even know where to start with this, but I need to get it out. Daniel and I were married for 5 years before he supposedly died. We had a good marriage, or so I thought. We had our problems like any couple, but nothing that seemed catastrophic. He worked in finance, and I worked as a nurse. We owned a small house, had 2 dogs. We're talking about starting a family. Normal life stuff. 3 years ago, Daniel went on a fishing trip with his brother Tom. They went up to a lake about 4 hours north of where we lived. It was supposed to be a long weekend, just the 2 of them bonding and relaxing. On the second day, Tom called me hysterical. He said there had been an accident. Daniel had gone out in a kayak alone early that morning and hadn't come back. They'd found the kayak capsized. No sign of Daniel. The next 48 hours were a nightmare. Search and rescue teams combed the lake. Divers went down. They found nothing. The prevailing theory was that Daniel had hit his head on something when the kayak flipped and drowned. The lake was deep and the currents were tricky. Bodies sometimes never surfaced in that lake. After a week of searching with no results, Daniel was declared dead. We had a memorial service. I cried through the whole thing. His parents were devastated. His brother Tom was racked with guilt for not being there when it happened. Everyone mourned Daniel. I was a widow at 30 years old. The life insurance paid out after several months of investigation. $200,000. It felt wrong to take it, but I had bills to pay and Daniel's debts to settle. I used some of it to pay off our house and put the rest in savings. Blood money is what it felt like. The grief was crushing. I couldn't sleep in our bedroom for months. I'd see Daniel everywhere. In crowds, in cars passing by, in my dreams every night. People said it was normal, that I was processing trauma. I went to therapy and grief support groups. Slowly, painfully, I started to rebuild my life. I met someone new about 1.5 years ago. His name is Mark, and he's a teacher. He's kind and patient, and he understood that I was still healing from losing Daniel. We took things slow. We moved in together 6 months ago. I finally felt like I could be happy again, like I could have a future after the tragedy that had destroyed my past. Then last week happened. I was at the grocery store in the next town over because they have better produce than the store near my house. I was in the frozen food aisle reaching for ice cream when I saw him. Daniel, my dead husband, standing 20 feet away looking at frozen pizzas. I froze. I literally could not move or breathe. I thought I was hallucinating. I'd seen Daniel so many times in the past 3 years in my grief-stricken mind. But this was different. This was real. He was solid and present, and definitely there. He looked different. His hair was shorter and lighter, like he'd been dyeing it. He'd grown a beard. He'd lost weight. But it was him. I knew my husband's face, his posture, the way he moved. This was Daniel. I must have made a sound because he looked up and our eyes met. The color drained from his face. For a moment we just stared at each other across the frozen food aisle. Then he dropped the pizza he was holding and ran. Just bolted for the exit. I chased him. I was screaming his name. People were staring. The store manager tried to stop me, thinking there was some kind of emergency. I pushed past everyone and ran into the parking lot. I saw Daniel getting into a truck I didn't recognize. I ran toward it, screaming for him to stop. He peeled out of the parking lot so fast, he almost hit another car. I stood there in shock. Other shoppers had come outside to see what was happening. Someone asked if I was okay. I said my dead husband was alive and had just run away from me. They looked at me like I was insane. Maybe I was insane. Maybe grief had finally broken my brain, and I was having a complete psychotic break. But I'd seen him. I knew I had. I went back inside and asked the manager, if I could see the security footage. He said no, that's not how it works. I'd need to file a police report. So I went straight to the police station. The officer I spoke to was skeptical. I told him my husband had died 3 years ago, but I'd just seen him at the grocery store. He asked if I was sure it wasn't just someone who looked like my husband. I said I was positive. He asked if I had any proof. I didn't. Just my word, and the terror in Daniel's eyes when he'd seen me. The officer said he'd look into it, but I could tell he thought I was crazy. He probably deals with grieving people seeing their dead loved ones all the time. But I wasn't crazy. I knew what I saw. I called Tom, Daniel's brother. I told him I'd seen Daniel alive. There was a long silence. Then Tom asked if I was okay, if I'd been taking my medication. I'm not on any medication. I told him I was completely serious and sane, and that Daniel was alive. Tom said that was impossible, and that maybe I should call my therapist. Nobody believed me. Not the police, not Tom, not my own mother when I called her. Mark came home and found me pacing and crying. I told him what happened. He held me and said sometimes grief makes us see things we want to see. I screamed that I didn't want to see Daniel, that seeing him had reopened every wound I'd spent 3 years trying to heal. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept seeing Daniel's face when he recognized me. The panic, the guilt. He'd known exactly who I was. He'd run because he was caught, not because he didn't recognize me. That wasn't the reaction of a stranger being confused for someone else. That was the reaction of someone whose lie had just been exposed. The next morning, I went back to that grocery store and waited in the parking lot for hours. I know how crazy that sounds, but I didn't know what else to do. He didn't show up. I went back the next day, and the next. Nothing. Then I had an idea. I went to the DMV and asked if they could search for anyone matching Daniel's description who'd gotten a license in the past 3 years in this state. They said they couldn't give out that information. I went to a private investigator. The PI's name was Linda, and she'd seen everything. When I told her my story, she didn't look at me like I was crazy. She just asked for photos of Daniel and any information I had. I gave her everything. Wedding photos, candids, his social security number, his birth date, everything. It took Linda 4 days to find him. 4 days. And she called me to her office with a file folder that would destroy what was left of my world. Daniel was alive and living under the name David Mitchell, in a town 2 hours away. He was working as an accountant, and he was married with a 1-year-old daughter. Linda showed me the proof. a driver's license with Daniel's face under a different name, a marriage certificate from 2 years ago to a woman named Emily, a birth certificate for a baby girl named Sophie, property records showing David Mitchell owned a house in a nice neighborhood, photos Linda had taken of David, leaving work, going home, playing in the yard with his daughter. I threw up right there in Linda's office. She got me a trash can and some water and waited while I processed. My husband hadn't died. He'd abandoned me. He'd faked his death and started over with someone else while I mourned him, while I cried at his memorial service, while I paid off his debts with life insurance money that was fraudulently obtained. I asked Linda how he'd done it. She said it was actually not that hard if you plan it right. He'd probably stolen someone's identity, or bought fake documents. He'd established himself in a new place, with a new name, before the kayak incident. The kayak accident was staged. He'd disappeared and let everyone think he'd drowned. I asked about Tom. Did Tom know? Linda said she couldn't be sure, but the logistics suggested Tom had to be involved. Someone had to report the accident. Someone had to be the last person to see Daniel alive. Tom had played his part perfectly, the grieving brother racked with guilt. I felt sick. I went to the police with Linda's evidence. This time they listened. What Daniel had done was fraud. Insurance fraud. Faking his death. Identity theft. Probably a dozen other crimes. They said they'd investigate and get back to me. Then I did something probably stupid. I went to his house. I waited until I saw him come home from work. I watched him park his truck, the same one I'd seen him flee in. I watched him walk up to his front door. Then I got out of my car and called his name. His real name. Daniel. He froze with his key in the lock. He turned around slowly and saw me standing on his sidewalk. I said we needed to talk. He looked terrified. He said I shouldn't be there. I said he shouldn't be alive. But here we were. A woman came to the door. Emily. She was pretty and young, probably mid-20s. She asked if everything was okay. Daniel said yes, and that he'd be inside in a minute. She looked at me suspiciously, but went back inside. I asked Daniel why. Just why. He said he'd been unhappy, that he'd felt trapped in his life, that he'd made mistakes financially, and the pressure was too much. He said faking his death seemed like the only way to start over. I asked if he'd considered just getting a divorce like a normal person. He said it was more complicated than that. Apparently, Daniel had embezzled money from his company. A lot of money. He was about to get caught and face prison time. So instead of dealing with the consequences, he'd stolen a new identity, staged his death, and disappeared. The life insurance money helped me survive, while also funding his new start as David Mitchell. I asked about Emily and the baby. He said he'd met Emily after he'd already established his new identity. She had no idea who he really was. She thought she'd married David Mitchell, an accountant with no past. I asked if he ever thought about me, about his family, about the people he'd destroyed. He said he tried not to. I told him the police were coming for him. His face went even paler. He begged me not to do this to Emily and Sophie. They were innocent. I said I'd been innocent too, and it hadn't stopped him from putting me through 3 years of hell. He said he was sorry. I said sorry didn't begin to cover it. The police arrested Daniel 2 days later. Emily called me sobbing. She'd had no idea. She thought she'd married a normal guy. Now she was learning her husband was actually someone else entirely, who'd faked his death and committed fraud. Her whole marriage was based on lies. I almost felt bad for her. Tom finally admitted he'd helped Daniel. He'd been there when Daniel staged the kayaking accident. He'd reported Daniel missing, knowing Daniel was already gone. He'd lied to me, to his parents, to the police, all for his brother. Tom was arrested, too, as an accessory. Daniel's parents were destroyed. Their son was alive, but also a criminal who'd let them mourn him for 3 years. They didn't know whether to be relieved or furious. They were both. The family I'd been a part of for 8 years imploded. The insurance company is suing me for the payout, even though I had no idea Daniel was alive. My lawyer says we'll fight it, and probably win, but it's still another nightmare to deal with. Every aspect of the past 3 years of my life is now under scrutiny. Mark has been amazing through this, but I can see the strain. He signed up to date a widow, not someone who's a supposedly dead husband turned out to be alive and a criminal. We're in couples therapy trying to navigate this impossible situation. I don't blame him if he walks away. This is too much for anyone. The grief support group I attended is shocked. They'd watched me work through my grief over Daniel for 2 years. Now they're learning he was never actually dead, and my grief was based on lies. Several people have told me they don't know how to process this information. I've been contacted by news outlets wanting to do stories. Woman discovers dead husband. Faked his death makes for good headlines, apparently. I've declined all interviews. I don't want to be famous for this nightmare. Daniel is facing multiple felony charges. His lawyer is trying to work out a plea deal, but the prosecution wants prison time. Embezzlement alone is enough for years in prison. Add in the insurance fraud and identity theft, and he's looking at a decade minimum. Emily filed for divorce immediately. She's trying to get Sophie's birth certificate changed to remove Daniel's fake name. She's as much a victim in this as I am. We've actually talked a few times. It's surreal bonding with my husband's other wife over how he lied to both of us. I filed for divorce too, even though legally I was never not married to Daniel. Our marriage certificate is still valid. His death certificate is being voided. Financially and legally, untangling this mess is going to take years. I asked Daniel during one of the court proceedings why he didn't just tell me the truth 3 years ago. Why he had to fake his death instead of admitting he'd embezzled money and was in trouble. He said he was ashamed and scared. He thought disappearing was easier than facing the consequences. It wasn't easier. It was cruel and selfish and destructive. The worst part is all the grief I went through was for nothing. The sleepless nights, the therapy sessions, the agony of learning to live without him, all wasted on someone who was alive and living his best life with a new family, while I suffered. The betrayal is somehow worse than if he'd actually died. My therapist says I need to grieve again, but differently this time. I'm not grieving a death. I'm grieving the loss of trust and the relationship I thought I had. I'm grieving 3 years stolen from me. I'm grieving the person I thought Daniel was, who apparently never existed. People ask if I'm glad he's alive. I don't know how to answer that. Part of me is relieved I'm not actually a widow. Part of me wishes he'd stayed dead. Or at least stayed disappeared, so I didn't have to deal with this. Is that terrible? Probably. But it's honest. Daniel tried to write me a letter from jail. I sent it back unopened. His lawyer tried to get me to provide a character witness statement. I declined. His parents asked me to visit him. I refused. I owe him nothing. Less than nothing. The trial is coming up in a few months. I'll have to testify. I'll have to face him in court and talk about what his fake death did to me. My lawyer says my testimony will be powerful. I don't feel powerful. I feel hollowed out. Mark asked me to marry him last week. He said he wants to move forward with our life together regardless of the chaos with Daniel. I said yes, but also asked if we could wait until after the trial and divorce are finalized. I want to marry Mark as a truly single woman, not as someone still legally tied to a fraud and a liar. I've had to tell this story so many times now. To police, to lawyers, to investigators, to friends, to family. Each time it feels surreal. My husband faked his death. That's my life now. That's my story. The woman whose husband wasn't actually dead. Some people have been incredibly supportive. Others look at me like I should have known somehow, like there were signs I missed. Maybe there were. Maybe I was so trusting that I couldn't see what was happening. Or maybe Daniel was just that good at lying. I found out he'd been planning this for at least 6 months before the kayak trip. He'd been setting up his new identity, siphoning money, preparing his escape, all while coming home to me every night and pretending everything was fine. The level of deception required to pull that off is staggering. Emily's parents have sued Daniel for emotional distress on behalf of their daughter and granddaughter. They want him to pay child support from prison. His parents are suing him for the cost of the memorial service. Everyone he touched is trying to get some kind of justice or restitution. I just want to move on. I want to close this chapter and never think about Daniel again. But I can't. The trial is coming. The divorce proceedings are ongoing. The insurance company lawsuit is pending. The financial mess is still being untangled. He's going to be part of my life for at least another year, maybe more. At night, I still sometimes can't believe it's real. That Daniel is actually alive. That he let me think he was dead while he lived another life. That someone I loved and trusted could be so fundamentally awful. It breaks something in you, that kind of betrayal. If you're reading this and you're thinking about faking your own death to escape your problems, don't. Face your consequences like an adult. Get a divorce if you want out. Declare bankruptcy if you have money problems. Go to therapy if you're unhappy. But don't destroy the people who love you by making them mourn you while you start over somewhere else. And if you're someone who lost a loved one to a supposed accident or disappearance, I guess just know that sometimes the impossible happens. Sometimes people aren't actually dead. Sometimes the grief you're working through is based on lies. I don't know if that's comforting or terrifying, but it's the truth I'm living with now. My supposedly dead husband is alive in Keene jail, awaiting trial for faking his death. And I'm a widow who isn't a widow trying to figure out how to move forward from a grief that was manufactured. That's my story. I wish it wasn't. Story 9. I'm 26 years old, and I need to share the most insane thing that has ever happened to me, because I still can't fully wrap my head around it. For the past 9 months, I've been dating someone I met on a dating app named Connor. Except I haven't been dating Connor this whole time. I've been dating both Connor and his identical twin brother Ethan without knowing it. They've been switching places and pretending to be one person, and I had absolutely no idea until last week. Let me start from the beginning. I matched with Connor on a dating app last January. His profile seemed great. He was a graphic designer, loved hiking and photography, had a dog named Rufus, seemed funny and genuine. We chatted for a couple weeks before meeting in person. The first date was amazing. He was charming and sweet, and we had instant chemistry. We started seeing each other regularly after that. Things moved pretty fast. Within 2 months, we were exclusive and seeing each other 3 or 4 times a week. Connor was attentive and romantic. He'd send me good morning texts, plan thoughtful dates, remember little things I mentioned in passing. He seemed perfect. Maybe too perfect, but I just thought I'd gotten really lucky. There were some weird inconsistencies that I'd noticed but brushed off. Sometimes Connor would seem to forget conversations we'd had. I'd reference something we'd talked about, and he'd look confused before recovering and changing the subject. Sometimes his texting style would seem different, more casual one day, and more formal the next. Sometimes he'd mention plans we'd supposedly made that I had no memory of discussing. I chalked it up to him being forgetful, or me misremembering things. People forget conversations all the time, right? And texting styles can vary depending on mood or how busy someone is. I didn't think it was a red flag. I thought it was just normal relationship stuff. Connor traveled a lot for work, or so he said. He'd be gone for 3 or 4 days at a time, about twice a month. During these trips, he'd text, but wouldn't video call, because he said he was exhausted after long work days. I understood, because my job can be demanding too. When he'd come back from trips, sometimes he'd seem like he'd missed me desperately, and other times he'd seem weirdly distant, like he needed to warm back up to me. About 4 months into dating, Connor mentioned he had a twin brother named Ethan. He said they weren't close because Ethan lived across the country, and they had a falling out years ago over something family-related that Connor didn't want to get into. He showed me a photo and, yeah, they looked identical. Same face, same build, same everything. Connor said people used to mix them up all the time when they were younger. I thought it was interesting but didn't think much of it. We never video chatted, which seemed a little odd, but Connor said he just wasn't into video calls. Preferred seeing me in person. Since we saw each other multiple times a week, I didn't push it. Looking back, that should have been a huge red flag, but I was so into him that I overlooked it. Things were going great, until about 3 weeks ago when something really weird happened. I ran into Connor at a coffee shop across town on a Wednesday afternoon. I was there meeting a friend, and I saw him in line. I walked up behind him to surprise him and tapped his shoulder. He turned around and looked genuinely shocked to see me. Not happy surprised, but uncomfortable shocked. I asked what he was doing there, and he said he was just grabbing coffee before a client meeting. I asked what client, because he'd told me that morning he was working from home all day. He stumbled over his words and said the meeting had come up last minute. It felt off, but I let it go. We chatted for a minute, and then he said he had to run. He kissed me goodbye, but it felt rushed and weird. That night when I saw Connor for our planned dinner date, I mentioned running into him at the coffee shop. He looked confused and said I must be mistaken because he'd been at home all day working. I insisted I'd seen him, and he insisted I hadn't. He said maybe it was someone who looked like him. I knew what I'd seen, but he was so adamant that I started questioning myself. Had it been someone else? But it looked exactly like him. The next weird thing happened about a week later. I was at Connor's apartment, which I'd been to many times. I was looking for a phone charger and opened a drawer in his bedroom. Inside, I found 2 driver's licenses. Both had the same photo, but one said Connor Mills, and one said Ethan Mills, with a different address. I stared at them confused. Why would Connor have a fake ID with his brother's name? When Connor came back into the room, I asked him about it. He looked panicked for a second, and then said, "Oh yeah, Ethan had left it there months ago when he'd visited." I asked why he'd visited if they weren't close. Connor said they'd tried to reconcile, but it hadn't worked out. The explanation seemed thin, but I wanted to believe him, so I did. Then last week, everything came crashing down. I was supposed to meet Connor for dinner at 7. I got there at 6:55, and he was already seated. I walked over and kissed him hello. He seemed surprised by the kiss, but kissed me back. We ordered food and started talking. About 10 minutes into dinner, Connor walked into the restaurant. The same Connor I was already sitting across from. I watched Connor number 2 scan the restaurant, see us, and his face went completely white. He turned and walked out immediately. The Connor I was sitting with saw my expression and turned to look, but Connor number 2 was already gone. I asked who that was. The Connor at my table said he had no idea what I was talking about. I stood up and ran outside, but the other Connor was gone. I went back inside shaking. I demanded to know what was going on. The Connor at the table with me said I was seeing things, that I seemed stressed. Maybe I should go home and rest. I sat back down and looked at him hard. Really looked at him. I asked him to tell me something only Connor would know. He told me about our first date, details that were right. And then I asked him about a conversation we'd had 2 days ago, about my mom being sick. He looked confused. I'd told Connor about my mom being in the hospital, and he'd been so supportive and sweet. This Connor had no idea what I was talking about. That's when I knew. I accused him of not being Connor. He denied it. I stood up and said if he was really Connor, he'd know about my mom. He said I'd never mentioned my mom being sick. I said I absolutely had, 2 days ago when we'd met for lunch. He said we hadn't met for lunch 2 days ago. I pulled out my phone and showed him texts confirming we'd met for lunch. His face changed. I asked him directly if he was Ethan. After a long pause, he nodded. I sat back down in shock. I asked where Connor was. Ethan said Connor had left when he saw us. I asked how long this had been going on. Ethan said since the beginning. They'd been sharing me the entire time. I thought I was going to be sick right there in the restaurant. Ethan started explaining rapidly. He and Connor had made a bet about 6 months before I matched with Connor on the app. They'd both been single, and Ethan had joked that Connor couldn't even get a girlfriend without help. Connor had taken offense and bet that he could get a girlfriend easily. Ethan bet he couldn't keep a girlfriend for more than a month. So, they'd made a plan. Connor would create the dating profile and do the initial chatting and first few dates. Once I was hooked, they'd start switching. Sometimes I'd be with Connor, sometimes with Ethan, but I'd think I was always with Connor. They did it to see if they could pull it off, and to both enjoy the benefits of a relationship without the full-time commitment. The work trips were when they'd switch. Connor would say he was traveling, and Ethan would come into town and take over for a few days. Then Ethan would leave, and Connor would come back. They'd brief each other on conversations and dates so they could maintain consistency. They'd both been texting me from the same number, forwarding the phone between them. They'd coordinate their schedules to make sure I never saw them both at the same time. Until the coffee shop. Connor hadn't known Ethan was meeting someone there. And until tonight, when Connor had forgotten Ethan had plans with me. The system had broken down, and now they were caught. I asked which one I'd been with more. Ethan said it was probably 50-50. Sometimes Connor would take 2 visits in a row. Sometimes Ethan would. I asked if they'd both slept with me. Ethan nodded. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. When I came back to the table, I asked why. Why would they do something so sick and twisted? Ethan said it had started as a stupid bet, but then they'd both kind of fallen for me in different ways. Connor liked that I was ambitious and driven. Ethan liked that I was creative and spontaneous. They'd both wanted to keep seeing me, so they just kept up the charade. I asked which one had gone on specific dates with me. The hiking trip, where we'd watch the sunrise. Connor. The art gallery opening. Ethan. My birthday dinner. Connor. The weekend we'd spent at the beach. They'd both been there, switching halfway through when I thought Connor had gone to grab food. I couldn't process it. Every memory I had of the past 9 months was now tainted. I didn't know who I'd been with when. I didn't know which twin had said they loved me first. I didn't know which one I'd shared intimate moments with. My entire relationship was a lie, built by 2 people. I left the restaurant without another word. Ethan followed me to my car apologizing. I told him to stay away from me. He said he understood, but that I should know he did care about me genuinely. I said if he cared about me, he never would have done this. He didn't have an answer for that. I drove home sobbing. When I got there, Connor was sitting on my doorstep. The real Connor, I guess. Or maybe the first Connor. I couldn't even tell which twin was which anymore. He stood up when he saw me and tried to approach. I told him to get away from me. He said he was so sorry, and that it had gotten out of hand. I asked him if he had any idea how violated I felt. He'd shared me with his brother, like I was some kind of object. He'd let me believe I was in a relationship with one person, when I was actually being passed between 2 people. He'd let his brother sleep with me without my knowledge or consent. That's assault. That's rape by deception. Connor said he'd never thought of it that way. He said they'd just been having fun and seeing if they could pull it off. I said I wasn't a game or an experiment. I was a person who'd trusted him and fallen for him, and he'd betrayed that in the worst possible way. I told him I was going to the police. He panicked and said, "Please don't. This would ruin both their lives." I said they should have thought of that before they decided to play this sick game with another human being. He left, and I immediately called the police. The police were sympathetic, but said it was a complicated case legally. What the twins had done was definitely unethical and morally reprehensible, but it was unclear if it met the legal definition of rape by deception in our state. They said they'd investigate, but I shouldn't get my hopes up about criminal charges. They suggested I speak to a lawyer about a civil suit. I got tested for STDs immediately. The thought that I'd been sleeping with 2 different people without knowing made me feel disgusting. Thankfully, all tests came back negative, but the waiting period was torture. I called my best friend Rachel and told her everything. She was horrified. She'd met Connor several times and had no idea. She asked if I'd ever noticed them being different, and I said yes, but I'd explained it away as mood changes or me misremembering. She said this was beyond anything she'd ever heard of. My therapist, who I started seeing immediately after this happened, said what the twins did was a profound violation of trust and consent. She said even if it doesn't meet the legal definition of assault in my state, it was assault in the moral sense. They'd removed my ability to consent to who I was being intimate with. I've been trying to figure out which twin was which during different moments, but it's impossible. They'd planned this so well. They'd shared information about me so thoroughly that both could pretend to remember things the other had experienced. Sometimes I'd reference something and get a response that suggested familiarity. Other times, I'd get confusion before quick recovery. Those moments of confusion were probably when I was talking into the wrong twin about something the other had done with me. The birthday gift Connor had given me, the necklace I wore every day. I don't know which twin actually picked it out. The time Connor had showed up at my work with soup when I was sick. No idea if that was actually Connor or Ethan. The first time we'd said I love you, I don't even know which person said it. I found out they'd been keeping a shared document about me, like a manual. It had information about my family, my friends, my job, my preferences, my schedule, stories I'd told. They'd both been updating it so they could stay consistent. They'd gamified my life and my trust. Some of my friends have asked which twin I'd prefer to actually be with if I had to choose. The question makes me want to scream. I don't want to be with either of them. They're both terrible people who did a terrible thing. The fact that they might have individual good qualities doesn't matter. They conspired to deceive me for 9 months. I've had to tell my family what happened. My mom was ready to drive to their house and confront them herself. My dad wanted to press charges despite the police saying it was unlikely to lead anywhere. My sister said she'd always thought there was something off about Connor, but couldn't put her finger on it. Maybe she'd met both twins without realizing. The twins have tried to contact me multiple times. Connor sent a long email saying he'd developed real feelings for me and wanted to try to make things right. Ethan showed up at my work with flowers, saying he was sorry, and that what they'd done started as a joke, but became real. I blocked them both and filed for a restraining order. The dating app company was horrified when I reported what happened. They banned Connor's profile, but there's not much else they can do. They suggested I share my story to warn others, but I'm not ready for that kind of public exposure yet. I've been diagnosed with PTSD from this experience. I have nightmares about being with Connor or Ethan and not knowing which is which. I have panic attacks when I see twins in public. I can't trust anyone new I meet, because what if they're lying about who they are too? My sense of reality has been shattered. For 9 months, I thought I knew what was happening in my life. I thought I was in a normal relationship with a normal guy. Finding out that every interaction was potentially with a different person, has made me question everything. Can I trust my own perceptions? Can I trust my memories? Can I trust other people ever again? The lawyer I consulted said I could potentially sue for intentional infliction of emotional distress. The case would be unusual, but what they did was so egregious that a jury might award damages. I'm considering it not for the money, but for some sense of justice. Rachel has been amazing through all of this. She's let me stay at her place when I couldn't stand to be alone. She's gone with me to therapy appointments. She's helped me craft responses to the twins' attempts at contact. She's reminded me daily that what happened wasn't my fault. Because I did blame myself at first. I thought I should have known. I thought I should have seen the signs. But my therapist has been firm that this isn't on me. The twins deliberately deceived me. They worked hard to maintain the deception. They're the ones at fault, not me for trusting someone I was in a relationship with. I've had to go through all my photos and try to figure out which twin is in each one. Some are obviously Connor, based on what I now know about their slight differences. Connor has a tiny scar above his left eyebrow that Ethan doesn't have. Ethan's left ear sticks out slightly more than his right, while Connor's are even. But in most photos, I genuinely can't tell. The thought that Ethan is in my photo albums, where I thought only Connor was, makes me sick. The thought that some of my favorite memories might have been with Ethan instead of Connor, or vice versa, makes me want to delete everything. But my therapist says not to erase the evidence of what happened. I might need it for legal proceedings. I ran into someone who knows the twins at the grocery store. She said she'd heard they'd had a falling out recently. I said they deserve worse than a falling out. She looked confused, and I realized not everyone knows what they did. Part of me wants to tell everyone so the twins face social consequences. Part of me wants to never speak about it again. The worst part is that I did have feelings for Connor, or the person I thought was Connor. Those feelings were real, even if the person wasn't. I'm grieving the loss of a relationship that never actually existed, with a person who was actually two people. How do you process that? I've deleted all the dating apps. I can't imagine trusting someone I meet online ever again, but I can't imagine trusting someone I meet in person either. The twins have broken something fundamental in me regarding trust and relationships. My therapist says I'll heal, but it will take time. She says what they did was traumatic, and I need to be patient with myself. Some days I believe her. Other days, I think I'll never be okay again. If you're reading this, and you're thinking about deceiving someone in any way, please don't. The damage you cause is real and lasting. The twins thought they were pulling off a clever prank. They didn't think about me as a real person with real feelings who would be really hurt. And if you're in a relationship and something feels off, trust your instincts. I explained away so many red flags because I wanted to believe in the relationship. I ignored my gut because I liked who I thought I was dating. Don't do what I did. I'm 26, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to trust someone enough to date again. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe being intimate with someone. I don't know if I'll ever stop wondering if people are who they say they are. The twins took that security from me. That's my story. I dated identical twins who pretended to be one person for 9 months. They shared me without my knowledge or consent. They violated my trust in ways I'm still trying to understand. And they're both walking around free, while I'm the one dealing with the trauma. It's not fair, but it's my reality now. Story 10. I'm a 38-year-old man, and I've been married to my wife Kelly for 12 years. We have 3 kids together, ages 10, 8, and 5. Until about 2 months ago, I thought we had a solid marriage. We had our ups and downs like any couple, but nothing major. We were partners, best friends, raising our family together. Or at least, that's what I believed. Kelly has worked at the same marketing firm for the past 6 years. She started as a junior account manager and worked her way up. About 2 years ago, she got promoted to senior account manager and started reporting directly to the VP of the company, a woman named Diane. Kelly talked about Diane constantly. How brilliant she was. How much Kelly was learning from her. How Diane was the best mentor she'd ever had. I was happy Kelly had found someone she respected and who pushed her to grow professionally. Around the time Kelly started working closely with Diane, things changed at home. Subtle things, at first. Kelly started dressing nicer for work. She got a new haircut, started wearing makeup more often, bought new clothes. She said she wanted to look more professional now that she was in a senior position. Made sense to me. She also started working later. She'd come home at 7 or 8 instead of 6. Sometimes she'd have dinner meetings or networking events. She'd apologize for missing family dinners and promise to make it up on weekends. I understood. Career advancement requires sacrifice, and I wanted to support her. Kelly also became more private with her phone. She'd take it into the bathroom when she showered. She'd turn the screen away when texting. If I walked into a room while she was on a call, she'd quickly wrap it up. When I asked about it, she said work stuff was confidential, and she had to be careful about privacy. Again, seemed reasonable. About a year ago, Kelly suggested we get separate bedrooms. She said her sleep schedule was erratic because of work stress, and she didn't want to disturb me. She moved into the guest room. Our sex life had already declined pretty significantly by that point. We'd gone from a few times a week to maybe twice a month. Kelly said she was exhausted from work and the kids and just didn't have the energy. I was frustrated but tried to be understanding. She started going on more business trips, weekend conferences, client meetings in other cities, team building retreats. Sometimes she'd be gone 3 or 4 days at a time. She'd send photos from hotel conference rooms and restaurant dinners with colleagues. Everything looked legitimate. Kelly also started spending more time with Diane outside of work. They'd go to yoga classes together, grab brunch on Saturdays, attend gallery openings and charity events. Kelly said it was important to build relationships with superiors outside the office. She said Diane was grooming her for a VP position eventually, and these outings were part of that mentorship. I met Diane a few times at company events Kelly dragged me to. She was probably mid-40s, polished, professional, friendly enough. She'd shake my hand and make small talk about the kids or the weather. Nothing seemed off. She was just Kelly's boss. A woman who was helping my wife advance her career. Looking back now, there were signs I missed. The way Kelly's face would light up when Diane texted. The way she'd drop everything if Diane needed something. The way she talked about Diane with this reverence that seemed beyond normal professional respect. But I didn't see it. Why would I? Kelly's boss was a woman. I wasn't worried about Kelly having a female mentor. 2 months ago, my middle child Emma came down with the flu. Kelly was supposed to be on a business trip in Seattle, but I called her panicking because Emma's fever was really high. Kelly said she'd try to get home early, but it might take a day to rearrange her flight. I said okay, and took Emma to urgent care. While sitting in the waiting room, I opened Instagram to distract myself. I was scrolling through stories when I saw one from Kelly's coworker, Michelle. It was a photo from a restaurant with the caption, "Team Lunch," and several people tagged. One of them was Kelly. The location tag said it was a restaurant in our city. Not Seattle. I stared at my phone, confused. Kelly was supposed to be in Seattle for a conference. Why was she at a team lunch in our city? I called her. She didn't answer. I texted asking where she was. She responded an hour later, saying sorry she'd been in a session, and that she'd call later. When she called that evening, I asked her point blank if she was really in Seattle. She said yes, of course. Why would I ask that? I told her about Michelle's Instagram story. There was a long pause. Then Kelly said Michelle must have posted an old photo. They'd had a team lunch last week before Kelly left for Seattle. I said the photo was posted today with today's date. Kelly got defensive and said Instagram sometimes glitches with dates and times. She said I was being paranoid and that she didn't appreciate being interrogated while she was on a work trip. I apologized and dropped it, but something felt wrong. The next day, I did something I'd never done before. I drove to Kelly's office building during lunchtime. Her car was in the parking garage. If she was in Seattle, why was her car here? I called her again. Again, she didn't answer. I sat in my car watching the building entrance. After about 30 minutes, Kelly walked out. With Diane. They were laughing and standing very close to each other. Then Diane reached over and tucked a strand of hair behind Kelly's ear. It was an intimate gesture, not something you'd do with a colleague or even a friend. They got into Diane's car together and drove away. I followed them. I know how crazy that sounds, but I had to know what was happening. They drove to a nice restaurant downtown and went inside. I parked and walked past the window. I could see them sitting at a corner table, holding hands across the table. Holding hands. My wife and her female boss were holding hands in a romantic restaurant. I stood there frozen on the sidewalk watching them. Diane said something that made Kelly laugh. Kelly reached across and touched Diane's face. Then they kissed, right there in the restaurant window. My wife kissed another woman, and it wasn't a friendly peck. It was a real kiss. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I walked back to my car in a daze. My wife was having an affair. With a woman. With her boss. And she'd lied about being in Seattle. How long had this been going on? All the late nights, the business trips, the separate bedrooms. The declined intimacy suddenly made horrible sense. I went home and searched through Kelly's things. I found a second phone hidden in the back of her closet. It was unlocked and full of messages between Kelly and Diane going back almost 2 years. Hundreds of messages calling each other baby and my love. Photos I couldn't look at for more than a second. Plans for trips they'd taken together. Discussions about their future together. In one message from 6 months ago, Diane was pressuring Kelly to leave me. She said Kelly needed to be brave and live her authentic life. Kelly responded that she couldn't do that to the kids, that she needed more time. Diane said she was tired of being a secret and that Kelly needed to choose. There were messages about me too. Kelly complaining that I was boring and that our marriage felt like a chore. Diane saying Kelly deserved to be happy and fulfilled. Kelly saying she did still care about me, but wasn't in love with me anymore and hadn't been for years. I found receipts for hotel rooms, jewelry purchases, flowers, all from Diane to Kelly. I found cards Diane had given Kelly for birthdays and anniversaries. Love letters talking about how Diane had never felt this way about anyone before. The most painful discovery was an email Kelly had drafted but never sent to me. It was a coming out letter. She explained that she'd realized she was a lesbian, that she'd fallen in love with Diane, and that she wanted a divorce. The email was dated 3 months ago. She'd been planning to tell me but apparently lost her nerve. When Kelly came home that night from her fake Seattle trip, I was sitting in the living room with all the evidence laid out on the coffee table. The hidden phone, the messages printed out, the receipts, the love, letters, everything. She walked in and froze when she saw it all. I asked her how long. She started crying immediately. She said 2 years. 2 years of lying to my face. 2 years of affair with her boss while I supported her career advancement and raised our kids and believed we were building a life together. I asked if she was a lesbian or bisexual. She said she'd always known she was attracted to women, but had suppressed it. She'd married me because it was what was expected, what her family wanted, what society expected. But meeting Diane had awakened something she'd been denying her whole life. I asked if she'd ever actually loved me. She said she had in her own way, but it wasn't romantic love. It was companionate love. I was her best friend and the father of her children, but she'd never been in love with me. the way she was in love with Diane. That hurt more than the affair somehow. Our entire 12-year marriage had been based on her settling for something she didn't really want. I'd given her everything, and she'd been forcing herself to be with me the whole time. I asked why she didn't just tell me instead of carrying on this secret affair. She said she was scared. Scared of my reaction. Scared of what it would do to the kids. Scared of disappointing her family, who were very traditional and religious. She said the affair just happened, and then she didn't know how to stop it or come clean. I asked about all the lies, the business trips that were actually romantic getaways with Diane, the late nights that were dates, the team lunches that were afternoon hookups. Kelly admitted to all of it. She said she and Diane had been traveling together, spending weekends at hotels, going to restaurants in different cities where no one would recognize them. The Seattle trip I'd interrupted with Emma's illness was supposed to be a week at a beach resort with Diane. Kelly had been furious that I'd called and ruined their plans, but obviously couldn't say that. I asked if anyone at her work knew. Kelly said yes, pretty much everyone. They'd seen Kelly and Diane together, noticed the chemistry, put two and two together. Her coworker Michelle had covered for them multiple times. Other colleagues had seen them being affectionate at happy hours and work events, and just hadn't said anything. So everyone at Kelly's office knew my wife was having an affair with her female boss, except me, the husband at home, raising her children. I felt humiliated. I asked Kelly what she wanted. She said she wanted to be with Diane, but she didn't want to lose the kids. I said she should have thought about that before starting an affair. She said it wasn't that simple, that she couldn't control who she fell in love with. I said she could control whether or not she acted on it while married to someone else. Kelly said she was sorry for hurting me, but that she couldn't keep living a lie. She said being with Diane made her feel alive and authentic in a way she'd never felt before. I said I was happy for her self-discovery, but she'd destroyed our family in the process. I told her I wanted a divorce. She said she understood. I said I'd be filing for primary custody of the kids. She panicked and said I couldn't do that. I said she'd been lying and sneaking around for 2 years, carrying on an affair with her boss, going on fake business trips. A judge would not look kindly on that. Kelly said her being a lesbian didn't make her a bad mother. I said I agreed, but her being a cheater and a liar did raise questions about her judgment and priorities. She started crying harder and begging me not to take the kids from her. I slept in the guest room that night. Kelly tried to come talk to me several times, but I locked the door. The next morning I called a lawyer. The lawyer said we had a strong case for primary custody, given Kelly's prolonged affair and deception. He also said the fact that she'd been having an affair with her boss could be relevant in the divorce proceedings. I also did something petty. I called Diane's phone number, which I found in Kelly's hidden phone. She answered cheerfully, thinking it was Kelly. I said this is Kelly's husband, and I know about the affair. The line went silent. I told her she'd been sleeping with a married woman for 2 years and helping destroy a family. I said I hoped she was proud of herself. Diane stuttered something about not meaning for it to happen and caring deeply for Kelly. I said I didn't care about her feelings. I said Kelly had 3 children who were about to have their lives turned upside down because 2 selfish people couldn't control themselves. Then I hung up. Kelly was furious that I'd called Diane. She said I had no right to involve Diane in this. I said Diane involved herself the moment she started an affair with a married mother of 3 who reported to her. I also pointed out that their relationship was likely a violation of company policy, since Diane was Kelly's direct supervisor. Kelly begged me not to report it to HR. She said it would cost both of them their jobs. I said maybe they should have thought of that. Kelly said if she lost her job, she couldn't pay child support or contribute to the kids' expenses. She said I'd be hurting our children to punish her. I didn't report it to HR. Not because of Kelly, but because I didn't want the kids' financial support jeopardized. But I did tell Kelly that both she and Diane were terrible people who'd prioritized their affair over everything and everyone else. Telling the kids was the worst part. They're young and don't fully understand. We told them Mommy and Daddy were going to live in different houses, but we both still loved them very much. Our oldest asked if it was because of Miss Diane. I was shocked. I asked how she knew about Diane. Turns out Kelly had brought Diane to the house several times when I was at work. She'd introduced Diane as a friend from the office. The kids had met their mother, a fair partner, multiple times, and I'd had no idea. Our daughter said she'd noticed Mommy and Miss Diane holding hands once, and thought maybe they were really good friends. The innocence of that statement broke my heart. My daughter had witnessed her mother's affair, and explained it away as friendship because she was too young to understand what she was seeing. My family was horrified when I told them. My mother cried and said she'd always thought Kelly was perfect for me. My sister was angry and wanted to confront Kelly herself. My father said good riddance and that I deserved better. Their support helped, but it didn't fix the betrayal. Kelly's family had a different reaction. When Kelly came out to them, her parents were not accepting. They said she was going through a phase and needed therapy to fix her confusion. They said she was destroying her family because of selfishness and sin. Kelly was devastated by their reaction. Part of me felt bad for her. Coming out is hard, and having your family reject you is painful. But another part of me thought she'd brought this on herself by lying for so long and having an affair instead of being honest. Kelly moved out and got an apartment with Diane. The kids do visitation every other weekend, and one night a week. They've met Diane officially now as Mommy's special friend. Our oldest is confused. Our middle child seems fine with it, and our youngest doesn't really understand. The divorce is ongoing. Kelly wants 50-50 custody, and I'm fighting for primary placement. My lawyer says we have a good case, but it's not guaranteed. Family courts generally favor equal parenting time, unless there's abuse or neglect, and Kelly's affair doesn't meet that threshold legally. Kelly's coworkers have been reaching out to me. Several have apologized for not telling me what was happening. They said they felt it wasn't their place to get involved in Kelly's marriage. One woman, Michelle, said she'd felt terrible covering for Kelly, but felt pressured by Diane since Diane was her boss too. I told Michelle. I didn't blame her, but I wished someone had cared enough about my kids to tell me the truth. She said she understood, and that looking back, she wished she'd said something too. The financial aspect of divorce is complicated, because Kelly makes more money than I do now thanks to her promotions at the company where she was sleeping with her boss. My lawyer says we might be able to argue that her career advancement was partly due to the affair, which could affect spousal support calculations. It feels dirty to argue that, but it's probably true. Diane apparently got a stern warning from HR when rumors of the affair started circulating. The company has a policy against supervisors dating direct reports. Diane claimed the relationship started after Kelly was transferred to report to someone else, which is a lie. Kelly did get reassigned about 6 months ago, probably to cover up the policy violation, but they'd been together long before that. I've been in therapy trying to process everything. The betrayal, the lies, the fact that my entire marriage was apparently Kelly forcing herself to be with someone she wasn't attracted to. My therapist says Kelly's struggle with her sexuality doesn't excuse her behavior. She could have been honest, gotten a divorce, and then pursued relationships with women. The affair and deception were choices she made. The kids are in therapy too. They're confused about why their family is changing and why they have to go between 2 houses now. Our oldest asked if it's her fault that Mommy left. I assured her it absolutely was not, and that sometimes adults just can't stay married, but it has nothing to do with the kids. I've started dating again, which feels weird. I'm gun-shy about trusting people now. I also find myself questioning things that probably aren't worth questioning. If a woman I'm dating has close female friends, I wonder if there's more to it. It's not fair to project Kelly's issues onto other people, but I can't help it. Kelly has tried to apologize multiple times. She sent long emails explaining her journey of self-discovery, and how hard it was to live inauthentically for so long. She says she hopes I can understand and maybe even be happy for her, that she's found herself. I haven't responded. I don't think I'll ever be happy for someone who blew up my life and my kids' lives for an affair. Diane sent me a letter too. She said she never meant to cause pain, and that she and Kelly fell in love despite trying not to. She said love isn't something you can control. I threw the letter away without finishing it. The thing that haunts me is wondering if there were earlier signs I missed. Did Kelly ever actually desire me, or was she always just going through the motions? Were there moments in our marriage where she was wishing she was with a woman instead? Did she close her eyes and think of someone else when we were intimate? These thoughts make me feel pathetic, but I can't stop them. I gave 12 years to someone who apparently was never fully present in our relationship. That does something to your sense of self-worth. Friends have been supportive, but I can tell some of them don't know what to say. Having your wife leave you for another woman carries a particular kind of humiliation that's hard to explain. It's not just that she cheated, it's that she was never really mine in the way I thought she was. Kelly wants us to be friends for the kids' sake. She wants family dinners and joint birthday parties and cooperative co-parenting. I'm trying, but it's hard to sit across a table from someone who lied to you for years. It's hard to make small talk with someone who destroyed your trust. The divorce should be final in a few months. Then, I'll be a single dad sharing custody with my ex-wife and her female boss turned girlfriend. It's not the life I planned. It's not the family I wanted for my kids. But it's the reality Kelly's choices created. If there's any lesson in this, it's that people can hide huge parts of themselves if they're motivated enough. Kelly hid her sexuality, her affair, her true feelings for years. She was living a complete double life, and I never suspected until I literally saw her kissing someone else. I don't know if I'll ever fully trust anyone again, but I'm working on it. For myself and for my kids. They deserve to see that you can survive betrayal and build something new, even if right now I'm still figuring out what that something new looks like. Story 11. I'm 30 years old, and until 3 days ago, I was engaged to the woman I thought I'd spend the rest of my life with. Her name is Stephanie, and we'd been together for 4 years, engaged for 8 months. The wedding was supposed to be in 6 weeks. Everything was planned, invitations sent, deposits paid. Then her entire family ambushed me with an intervention, claiming I was emotionally abusive and manipulative, and the wedding needed to be called off immediately. I'm still in shock. I have no idea where this came from, or how things went so catastrophically wrong. Let me start from the beginning, and maybe someone can help me understand what happened. Stephanie and I met through mutual friends. We hit it off immediately and started dating. She was smart, funny, beautiful, everything I'd been looking for. Her family seemed nice enough when I met them. Her parents Linda and Robert, her older sister Jennifer, her younger brother Kyle. They welcomed me into family dinners and holiday celebrations. I thought they liked me. Our relationship was great. We never had major fights. We communicated well. We had similar life goals. When I proposed last year, Stephanie cried happy tears and said yes immediately. Her family seemed thrilled. They threw us an engagement party and toasted to our future together. Everything was perfect. Then about 3 months ago, things started getting weird. Stephanie's family began making strange comments. Her mom would say things like, "Make sure you're really ready for this," or "Marriage is a big commitment. Are you absolutely sure?" Her sister Jennifer started asking Stephanie if I ever made her feel uncomfortable, or if she ever felt controlled. Kyle asked me directly if I had anger issues. I was confused by all of it. I asked Stephanie what was going on, and she said her family was just being overprotective. She said they'd been like this with Jennifer's husband too before they got married. I believed her and didn't think much more about it. But the comments continued and escalated. Linda started sending Stephanie articles about recognizing emotional abuse in relationships. Jennifer gave Stephanie a book about setting boundaries with partners. Robert pulled me aside at a family barbecue and asked if I was treating his daughter right. I assured him I was, and that I loved Stephanie very much. I started noticing that Stephanie's family would watch me carefully at gatherings. If I touched Stephanie's arm or put my hand on her back, they'd exchange glances. If I made a joke that Stephanie laughed at, they'd look concerned. It felt like everything I did was being scrutinized and interpreted negatively. Stephanie noticed too. She said her mom had been calling her daily, asking if everything was okay and if she felt safe. Her sister had been texting her resources for domestic violence hotlines. Stephanie thought it was bizarre and told them repeatedly that our relationship was healthy and happy. They didn't seem to believe her. 2 weeks ago, Linda called me and asked if we could have lunch, just the two of us. I agreed, thinking maybe she wanted to plan something for the wedding or give me the traditional talk about taking care of her daughter. Instead, she spent the entire lunch questioning me about my relationship with Stephanie. She asked how often we fought. I said rarely, maybe once every few months over something minor. She asked what we fought about. I said normal stuff like whose turn it was to do dishes or what to watch on TV. She asked if I ever raised my voice. I said sometimes if we were both frustrated, but nothing scary or aggressive. Linda asked if I ever told Stephanie what to wear. I said no, never. She asked if I controlled Stephanie's money. I said we had separate finances, and Stephanie managed her own money completely. She asked if I isolated Stephanie from friends and family. I said absolutely not. Stephanie hung out with her friends regularly, and we saw her family all the time. Every answer I gave seemed to make Linda more suspicious, rather than less. She said abusers often seem charming and deny their behavior. I was shocked. I asked her directly if she thought I was abusive. She said she had concerns, and that several family members shared those concerns. I asked what specific behaviors they were concerned about. Linda got vague. She said it was a feeling more than specific incidents. She said the family had noticed patterns that worried them. I asked what patterns. She said I seemed controlling and that Stephanie seemed different since we'd been together. I called Stephanie immediately after that lunch and told her what her mother had said. Stephanie was furious. She called her mom and told her to stop making accusations about me and our relationship. Linda apparently said she was just trying to protect Stephanie, and that sometimes abuse victims can't see what's happening to them. Stephanie told her mom that she wasn't an abuse victim, that I was a wonderful partner, and that if the family couldn't be supportive of our relationship, then maybe they shouldn't come to the wedding. Linda backed off after that, but I could tell the damage was done. Then 3 days ago, I got a call from Robert asking me to come to their house for a family meeting. He said it was important, and everyone would be there. I assumed it was about wedding planning or maybe to clear the air after the weird tension. Stephanie said she'd been called to the same meeting and we should just go and deal with whatever this was. We arrived at her parents' house and the whole family was there. Linda and Robert, Jennifer and her husband Mark, Kyle and his girlfriend Sarah. They were all sitting in the living room looking serious. Robert asked us to sit down. The energy in the room was incredibly tense. Robert started by saying the family loved Stephanie very much and wanted what was best for her. He said they'd been observing our relationship carefully over the past year and had growing concerns. Stephanie interrupted and asked what concerns. Jennifer said they were worried I was emotionally abusive and manipulative. I literally laughed because I thought it had to be a joke. It wasn't. They were completely serious. Linda started listing their evidence. She said I was isolating Stephanie from her family because we didn't attend every single family event. I pointed out that we attended most events, and occasionally had other plans, which is normal. Jennifer said I was controlling because I'd suggested Stephanie might want to consider a different job when she was complaining about hating her current position. I said I was just trying to be supportive when she was unhappy at work. Jennifer said it was a red flag that I was trying to influence her career decisions. Kyle said I was financially controlling because Stephanie and I had discussed combining finances after we got married. I said lots of married couples have joint accounts, and we'd discussed keeping some separate money too. Kyle said it was the first step in financial abuse. Mark, Jennifer's husband, said he'd noticed I sometimes made decisions for both of us without consulting Stephanie first. I asked for an example. He said at a restaurant a few months ago, I'd ordered an appetizer for the table without asking everyone what they wanted. I was speechless. Ordering an appetizer was evidence of abuse. Sarah, Kyle's girlfriend, said she'd noticed I sometimes interrupted Stephanie when she was talking. I said everyone interrupts sometimes in conversation, and Stephanie interrupted me too. Sarah said it was different when men do it because of power dynamics. Linda brought up that I'd once asked Stephanie to text me when she got home from a girls' night so I'd know she was safe. She said this was monitoring and controlling behavior. I said I did the same thing when I went out with friends, so we'd both know the other person got home okay. Linda said it was still concerning. The list went on and on. Every normal relationship behavior was being twisted into evidence of abuse. I'd suggested we save money by cooking at home, more instead of eating out constantly. Financial control. I'd asked Stephanie to maybe not share every detail of our private life with her sister. Isolation. I'd gotten frustrated when Stephanie forgot an important appointment. Verbal abuse. Stephanie was getting increasingly angry. She kept defending me and our relationship. She told her family they were being ridiculous and seeing problems where none existed. They said she was in denial, and that abuse victims often defend their abusers. Robert said they'd consulted with a therapist who specialized in abusive relationships. They'd described our relationship, and the therapist had confirmed their concerns. I asked if this therapist had ever actually met me, or Stephanie. Robert said no, but that wasn't necessary based on the patterns they'd described. So a therapist who'd never met either of us had diagnosed our relationship as abusive based on one-sided descriptions from family members who were determined to see abuse. This was insane. Jennifer said they'd been documenting incidents for months. She pulled out a notebook where they'd been writing down everything they considered problematic. There were pages and pages of entries. Most of them were completely benign things, taken wildly out of context. One entry said I'd put my arm around Stephanie at a family dinner, and Stephanie had shifted positions slightly. They interpreted this as Stephanie being uncomfortable with my touch. I remember that dinner. It was summer, and we were eating outside, and Stephanie had adjusted her position to get out of the direct sun. Another entry said I'd checked my phone multiple times during a family game night. They saw this as me being disengaged and dismissive. In reality, I was on call for work that night and had to monitor my phone in case of emergencies. Another entry said I'd declined to participate in a family photo, evidence of me trying to separate Stephanie from her family. Actually, I just had a migraine that day and wasn't feeling well enough to stand for photos. Everything was being interpreted through this lens of abuse. There was no action I could take that they wouldn't twist into something sinister. If I was attentive, I was controlling. If I gave Stephanie space, I was neglectful. I couldn't win. Stephanie was crying now. She told her family they were destroying our relationship with their paranoia. She said I was the best thing that had ever happened to her, and they were trying to ruin it. Linda said that's exactly what an abuse victim would say, because they've been brainwashed. Robert said they decided as a family that they couldn't support the wedding. They thought Stephanie needed to call off the engagement and spend some time apart from me to gain clarity. If after 6 months of separation she still wanted to be with me, they'd reconsider. But right now the wedding needed to be canceled. Stephanie stood up and said absolutely not. She said she was marrying me in 6 weeks, whether they attended or not. Jennifer started crying and begging Stephanie to see reason. Kyle said they were doing this because they loved her. Mark said I was fooling everyone, but they could see through me. I finally spoke up. I said I understood they loved Stephanie and wanted to protect her, but I wasn't abusing her. I loved her. We had a healthy relationship with normal conflicts and normal dynamics. Their interpretation of our relationship was completely wrong. Linda said abusers always deny it. I said innocent people also deny false accusations. What evidence would it take to prove I wasn't abusive? They had no answer, because in their minds, they'd already decided I was guilty, and nothing could change that. Stephanie and I left. She was devastated. Her entire family had turned against us. Against me, specifically, but also against her for not seeing what they claimed to see. We went back to our apartment, and Stephanie spent the rest of the night crying. Over the next 2 days, the family escalated. They sent Stephanie more articles about abuse. They called her constantly. Jennifer showed up at Stephanie's work to try to talk to her. Linda threatened to call off all the wedding vendors herself if Stephanie wouldn't. Stephanie's friends started reaching out too. Her family had contacted them with their concerns. Some friends were skeptical of the family's claims. Others said maybe we should consider premarital counseling to address these issues. What issues? There were no issues beyond her family's delusions. Yesterday, Stephanie broke. The pressure from her family was too much. She said maybe we should postpone the wedding, just for a few months to let things calm down. I asked if she believed her family's accusations. She said no, but she couldn't handle the conflict anymore. I said postponing wouldn't fix anything. Her family had decided I was abusive, and they weren't going to change their minds. Stephanie said maybe if we did couples therapy and could show her family that a professional said we were fine, they'd back off. I said I wasn't going to therapy to prove I'm not abusive when I'm not abusive. I wasn't going to subject myself to interrogation by a therapist looking for problems that don't exist. Stephanie said then, what's the solution because she couldn't lose her family? I said she might have to choose me or her family's unfounded accusations. She started crying and said that wasn't fair. I said none of this was fair, but her family was forcing the choice. Stephanie said she needed time to think. She went to stay with a friend for a few days. That was yesterday. This morning she texted me saying she couldn't do this anymore. The wedding was off. Not postponed. Off. She said her family's concerns had planted seeds of doubt, and even though she didn't think I was abusive, she couldn't marry someone her entire family was against. I'm devastated. 4 years together, engaged for 8 months, wedding in 6 weeks, and it's over because her family decided I was abusive based on absolutely nothing. No actual abuse. No real red flags. Just normal relationship things, twisted into sinister patterns. I've talked to my own family and friends, and they're shocked. They know me and Stephanie together, and say we're the healthiest couple they knew. My mom is furious at Stephanie's family for destroying our relationship with false accusations. My friends are equally outraged. I spoke to a therapist myself to make sure I wasn't missing something. Was I actually abusive without realizing it? The therapist reviewed the list of accusations Stephanie's family had made. She said none of it constituted abuse. She said it sounded like the family had pathologized normal relationship dynamics for reasons she couldn't determine without meeting them. The therapist asked if Stephanie's family might have ulterior motives. Did they not want her to get married for some reason? Did they have control issues themselves? Did they have trauma from past relationships that was making them hypervigilant? I don't know the answers. I tried calling Stephanie multiple times. She won't answer. I texted asking if we could talk in person. She said she needs space and time. I asked how much time. She said she doesn't know. I asked if there was any chance we could work through this. She said not while her family is so strongly opposed. So, that's it. The woman I love, The woman I was supposed to marry in 6 weeks is gone. Not because we had problems, but because her family manufactured problems out of thin air, and she couldn't stand up to them. I'm left wondering what I could have done differently. Should I have agreed to couples therapy, even though we didn't need it? Should I have been more deferential to her family? Should I have somehow proved I wasn't abusive, even though you can't prove a negative? Friends say Stephanie is weak for not standing up for our relationship. They say if she really loved me, she would have told her family to back off. Maybe they're right. But I also know the pressure from family can be overwhelming, especially when they're claiming to protect you. I'm angry at Stephanie's family for destroying something beautiful with their paranoid accusations. I'm hurt that Stephanie ultimately chose their delusions over our relationship. I'm confused about how this spiraled so completely out of control. The wedding venue is paid for, non-refundable. The catering deposit is gone. The photographer, the DJ, the flowers, all of it paid for and non-refundable. Thousands of dollars down the drain. I have to contact all our guests and tell them the wedding is canceled. I have to explain why without making Stephanie or her family look bad, because despite everything, I still care about her. Part of me hopes Stephanie will come to her senses, that she'll realize her family manipulated her with false concerns, that she'll come back and we can rebuild. But another part of me knows that even if she did, her family would always be there poisoning our relationship with suspicions. Could I really marry into a family that thinks I'm abusive? Could we have a healthy marriage with her parents and siblings constantly watching for evidence to confirm their bias? What happens if we have kids? Would they think I was abusing them too? Maybe this is for the best, even though it doesn't feel like it. Maybe Stephanie's inability to stand up to her family would have caused bigger problems down the line. Maybe I deserve someone whose family doesn't think I'm a monster. But right now, I'm just heartbroken. I lost my fiancé, my future wife, my life partner because her family decided I was something I'm not, and she believed them over her own experience with me. I've been accused of abuse without ever committing abuse. I've been tried and convicted by people who barely know me, based on evidence that isn't evidence. I've lost everything because normal relationship behaviors were pathologized by a family with an agenda I don't understand. If anyone has advice, or has been through something similar, I'd love to hear it. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to move forward from this nightmare. How do you recover when you're accused of something you didn't do, and lose everything because of it? The worst part is I still love Stephanie. Even after she chose her family over me, I still love her. I understand she was in an impossible position, but I also know I can't be with someone who doesn't trust our relationship enough to stand up for it. So, that's my story. My fiancé's family staged an intervention claiming I was abusive when I wasn't. They documented normal behaviors and twisted them into abuse. They consulted a therapist who never met us and got confirmation bias. They pressured Stephanie until she couldn't take it anymore. And now the wedding is off, and I'm alone trying to figure out what just happened. I guess the lesson is that sometimes perception matters more than reality. It doesn't matter that I wasn't abusive. What mattered is that her family perceived abuse and convinced Stephanie that perception might be valid. And you can't fight perception with facts because people who've decided something will find evidence to support it, no matter what. I'm 30 years old, and I just lost the woman I was supposed to marry because her family saw monsters where there were none. And I have no idea how to come back from that. Story 12. I'm 41 years old, and I've been divorced for 3 years. My ex-wife Natalie and I have 2 kids together, ages 12 and 9. The divorce was messy and bitter. We fought over everything: custody, money, the house, all of it. Eventually, we settled on joint custody, and I thought we'd moved on. I was wrong. About a year ago, I met a woman named Melissa at a charity event. She was beautiful, charming, and we hit it off immediately. She said she worked in consulting, which was vague, but I didn't think much of it. We started dating and things progressed quickly. Within 3 months, we were exclusive and seeing each other almost every day. Melissa seemed perfect. She was interested in my life, asked lots of questions about my job and my kids and my hobbies. She wanted to know everything about me. I thought it was sweet. She was engaged and curious. I loved that she cared so much about getting to know me. She integrated into my life seamlessly. She met my friends, and they all liked her. She met my kids a few months in, and they seemed to enjoy her company. She came to my work events and charmed my colleagues. Everyone kept telling me how lucky I was to find someone so great after my divorce. Melissa was also very understanding about my custody schedule with the kids. She never complained when I had to cancel plans because of kid stuff. She was flexible and supportive. She even helped with homework sometimes and took my daughter shopping for school clothes. She seemed genuinely invested in our blended family future. There were some things that seemed slightly odd in hindsight. Melissa always wanted to know details about my relationship with Natalie. She'd ask how our co-parenting was going, if Natalie and I fought about anything, how I handled discipline with the kids. She said she wanted to understand the dynamics so she could be a good partner. Made sense at the time. She also asked a lot of questions about my finances, how much I paid in child support, whether I was saving for the kids' college, how I managed my budget. She said she wanted to know because we might combine finances eventually, and she needed to understand my financial situation. Again, seemed reasonable. Melissa would sometimes ask leading questions. She'd say things like, "I bet Natalie makes co-parenting difficult." Or, "Do you ever worry about the kids when they're with their mom?" I'd usually defend Natalie despite our differences because she's still my kid's mother, but Melissa would press for details about any conflicts or concerns. She was also very interested in my daily routine. She wanted to know where I went, who I saw, what I did. She said she just liked being part of my life. I thought it was clingy, but in a kind of endearing way. Some people are just more into frequent communication and knowing their partner's schedule. Looking back now, every conversation was an interrogation disguised as intimacy. Every question was probing for information. Every date was an opportunity to gather more data. But I didn't see it. I was falling in love and thought she was too. About 2 months ago, something weird happened. I came home from work early one day, and Melissa was at my house. She had a key I'd given her, but she wasn't expecting me home for hours. I found her in my home office going through my filing cabinet. She jumped when she saw me and said she was looking for a pen. I asked why she needed a pen from my filing cabinet when there were pens on my desk. She said she'd looked there first and didn't see any. It was a weak excuse, but I was more confused than suspicious. I asked what she needed a pen for, and she said to make a shopping list. She wasn't holding any paper. The whole interaction felt off, but Melissa quickly changed the subject and distracted me. Looking back, I should have pressed harder about what she was really doing, but I trusted her and didn't want to seem paranoid or accusatory. A few weeks later, I got a call from my lawyer. Natalie had filed a motion to modify our custody agreement. She was seeking primary custody of the kids with me, getting only every other weekend. I was shocked. Our custody arrangement was working fine. The kids were happy. Why would Natalie do this? My lawyer said Natalie's filing included a lot of detailed allegations. She claimed I was financially irresponsible. She claimed I was neglectful of the kids' needs. She claimed I was exposing them to inappropriate content and situations. She had specific examples of dates, times, and incidents. Very specific. The allegations were mostly bullshit, but they were detailed enough to be concerning. She claimed that on a specific Tuesday night, I'd left the kids home alone while I went out drinking. That was false. I'd been home all night. She claimed I'd missed multiple parent-teacher conferences. Also false. She claimed I'd been letting the kids stay up late on school nights playing video games. Exaggerated at best, but the level of detail was disturbing. How did she know what happened in my house on specific nights? How did she know about my schedule and activities? I'd been careful not to give her any ammunition. We communicated only about the kids through a co-parenting app. I never told her details about my personal life. My lawyer asked if I had any idea how Natalie might have this information. I said no. He said we needed to figure it out, because some of the allegations, while false, were specific enough that a judge might take them seriously, without contrary evidence. That night I was having dinner with Melissa, and mentioned the custody filing. She seemed very interested. She asked what allegations Natalie had made. I gave her a general overview. Melissa asked very specific follow-up questions. What exact dates did Natalie claim things happened? What specific incidents did she reference? How detailed was the filing? Something about her intensity made me uncomfortable. I asked why she was so interested in the specifics. She said she was just trying to help me prepare my defense. She suggested I write down my actual whereabouts and activities for the dates in question, so I could prove the allegations false. The next day, I started thinking about the timeline. When had Natalie filed the motion? My lawyer said about a week ago, but she'd probably been preparing it for months. When had I met Melissa? About a year ago. When had Melissa started asking probing questions about my life and my relationship with Natalie? From the very beginning, I started feeling paranoid. Surely not. Surely Melissa wasn't connected to this somehow. But the more I thought about it, the more the pieces seemed to fit. Her vague job description, her intense interest in my personal life, her questions about Natalie, finding her in my office, going through my files. I did something I'm not proud of. I went through Melissa's purse while she was in the shower. I found a business card for a private investigation firm. The card had a different name on it. Not Melissa. The name was Rachel Peterson, licensed private investigator. My hands were shaking. I took a photo of the card and put everything back exactly how I'd found it. When Melissa came out of the shower, I acted normal. We had dinner and watched a movie, and I pretended everything was fine. Inside, I was screaming. The next day, I called the number on the business card. A receptionist answered with the name of the investigation firm. I asked to speak to Rachel Peterson. She said Rachel was in the field, but could call me back. I said that wouldn't be necessary, and hung up. I hired my own private investigator to look into Melissa/Rachel. Within 2 days, he came back with a full report. Her real name was Rachel Peterson. She was a licensed private investigator who specialized in custody and divorce cases. And she'd been hired by Natalie 8 months before I'd supposedly met her randomly at a charity event. The charity event wasn't random. Rachel had engineered the meeting. She'd researched me beforehand, found out I'd be at that event, and positioned herself to bump into me. Everything that followed had been a carefully orchestrated operation to get close to me and gather information for Natalie's custody case. Every date we'd been on, every conversation we'd had, every intimate moment we'd shared had been Rachel doing her job. She'd been taking notes, recording conversations, documenting my activities, building a case against me for Natalie. The rage I felt was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. This woman had infiltrated my life under false pretenses. She'd met my children under false pretenses. She'd slept with me under false pretenses. All to help my ex-wife take my kids away from me. I confronted her that evening. I didn't tell her I knew at first. I just asked her directly if there was anything she wanted to tell me about who she really was. She looked confused and asked what I meant. I said I knew she wasn't a consultant named Melissa. I knew she was a private investigator named Rachel, hired by my ex-wife. The look on her face confirmed everything. First shock, then calculation, then resignation. She didn't deny it. She just asked how I found out. I told her about the business card and the investigation. She nodded slowly and said we needed to talk. Rachel. I couldn't even call her Melissa anymore. I said it had started as just a job. Natalie had hired her to get close to me and gather evidence for a custody modification. Rachel was supposed to document my parenting, my lifestyle, my relationships, anything that could be used in court. She'd done her job well. She'd gotten me to trust her completely. She'd had access to my home, my files, my schedule, my kids. She'd gathered months of information about my life. She'd documented everything and reported back to Natalie regularly. But Rachel claimed something had changed. She said she'd actually started to care about me, that what started as an assignment became real. She said she'd fallen for me despite herself, and had been struggling with the ethics of the situation for months. I asked her if anything between us had been genuine. She said some of it had. She said she genuinely liked my kids and thought I was a good father. She said spending time with me had made her question whether she was doing the right thing, helping Natalie. I asked if she was still reporting to Natalie. Rachel hesitated and then admitted yes, as recently as last week. So, while claiming to have real feelings for me, she was still actively working to help my ex-wife take my children away. Unbelievable. I told her to get out of my house and out of my life. She started crying and saying she was sorry. She said she wanted to make it right. I asked how she could possibly make this right. She'd betrayed me in the most fundamental way possible. She'd used intimacy as a weapon. Rachel said she could testify on my behalf. She could tell the court that Natalie had hired her to spy on me, and that most of the allegations in the filing were false or exaggerated. She said she had records of her reports to Natalie, and could prove the information gathering was unethical. I asked why she'd do that. She said because it was the right thing to do, and because she actually did care about me despite how this started. I said it was too late for her conscience. She'd already done the damage. She needed to leave. She left that night, and I immediately called my lawyer. I told him everything. He was stunned. He said this was highly unethical and possibly illegal, depending on how Rachel had gathered information. He said we needed to file a motion immediately disclosing this to the court. My lawyer also said I needed to document everything. Every conversation with Rachel about her real identity. Every piece of evidence I had of her deception. We'd need to prove that Natalie had hired someone to fraudulently enter into a relationship with me for the purpose of gathering information. I reached out to my private investigator again and asked him to dig deeper. He found that Rachel had been paid over $60,000 by Natalie over the past year. $60,000 for a fake relationship. That's how badly Natalie wanted to win custody. The investigator also found that Rachel had used recording devices. She'd recorded conversations in my home without my consent. In our state, that's illegal without all parties knowing and agreeing. Natalie and Rachel had potentially committed crimes in their effort to build a custody case against me. I felt violated in ways I couldn't articulate. This woman had been in my bed, in my life, around my children, all while secretly working against me. Every time we'd made love, she'd been thinking about her job. Every time she'd smiled at me, she'd been acting. Every time she'd said she cared, she'd been lying. My kids asked where Melissa was. I didn't know what to tell them. I said we'd broken up, and they were sad. They'd liked her. They'd trusted her. How could I explain that she was never really their dad's girlfriend? She was a spy hired by their mom. I filed a police report about the illegal recordings. I filed a complaint with the Private Investigation Licensing Board. I filed a motion in family court disclosing the entire situation, and I filed a civil lawsuit against both Natalie and Rachel for fraud, invasion of privacy, and emotional distress. Rachel reached out several times trying to apologize and offer to help. I blocked her. My lawyer said we'd depose her as part of the custody case, but I was to have no direct contact. She was a witness now, nothing more. The custody hearing was rescheduled to address the new information. Natalie's lawyer tried to claim that even if Rachel had been hired by Natalie, any truthful information she'd gathered was still valid. My lawyer argued the entire operation was fruit of the poisonous tree, and nothing Rachel had reported should be admissible. The judge was not happy. She said she'd never seen anything like this in 30 years on the bench. She said hiring someone to fraudulently enter into a romantic relationship to gather information was beyond the pale. She questioned Natalie's judgment and fitness as a parent if this was how she approached custody disputes. Natalie's motion was denied. Not only that, but the judge sanctioned Natalie's lawyer for filing allegations based on illegally obtained information. The judge said she was tempted to modify custody in my favor, given what Natalie had done, but didn't want to punish the children for their mother's bad judgment. So, custody stayed as it was, but Natalie had to pay my legal fees for defending against her motion. She also had to pay a fine to the court. Rachel lost her private investigator license. The criminal investigation into the illegal recordings is still ongoing, but none of that fixes what was broken. I'd been in love with someone who didn't exist. I'd introduced my kids to someone who was using them to get information. I'd trusted someone who was betraying me every single day we were together. My therapist says what Rachel and Natalie did was a form of emotional abuse. They'd manipulated me through a fake relationship, designed to exploit my vulnerability after my divorce. They'd weaponized intimacy. That kind of betrayal leaves scars that don't heal quickly. I can't date now. I can't trust anyone new. Every woman I meet, I wonder if she's really interested in me, or if she has some ulterior motive. Every question someone asks feels like an interrogation. Every gesture of affection feels like manipulation. My kids are confused about why I'm not seeing anyone. They ask if I'm still sad about Melissa. I say yes, but not for the reasons they think. I'm sad that someone could be so mercenary. I'm sad that their mother would stoop so low. I'm sad that my judgment was so clouded that I couldn't see what was happening. Friends have been supportive, but some have asked how I didn't know. How did I not pick up on the signs? I ask myself the same question. Looking back, there were red flags. But Rachel was a professional. This was her job. She was trained to build trust and extract information. I was just a divorced dad looking for companionship. Natalie and I no longer speak directly. Everything goes through lawyers or the co-parenting app. The kids have asked why we can't get along, and I don't know how to explain that their mother hired someone to seduce their father as part of a custody strategy. My relationship with the kids is stronger now, ironically. The whole experience made me realize how much they mean to me and how far I'll go to protect them and our time together. Natalie's scheme backfired completely. Instead of getting evidence I was a bad father, the court saw evidence she was willing to cross serious ethical and legal lines. Rachel sent me a letter a few months ago. She apologized again and said she'd moved to another state for a fresh start. She said she hoped I could forgive her someday, and that she meant it when she said her feelings had become real. I threw the letter away without responding. I don't know if her feelings became real. Maybe they did. Maybe she did develop genuine affection for me at some point. But it doesn't matter. The foundation of our relationship was built on lies and manipulation. Nothing real could grow from that soil. The civil lawsuit is still ongoing. My lawyer thinks we'll settle eventually, but Natalie is fighting it. She claims Rachel went rogue and did things beyond what she was hired to do. Rachel's deposition contradicted that. She had emails from Natalie giving her specific instructions to get close to me however necessary. I've learned that people are capable of shocking cruelty when they want something badly enough. Natalie wanted primary custody so badly that she was willing to have someone seduce me and spy on me. Rachel wanted money badly enough that she was willing to fake an entire relationship. And I learned that trust once shattered this completely, is almost impossible to rebuild. Not just with the people who betrayed you, but with anyone. The world feels less safe now. People feel less reliable. Relationships feel like potential traps. My kids will be fine. They're resilient. They've adjusted to the divorce and the custody arrangement and the drama. But I worry about what they've absorbed from all this. What does it teach them about relationships and trust? When their mother orchestrates something like this, I'm 41 and starting over again. Single again. Wary again. Trying to rebuild my life after having it infiltrated and nearly destroyed by someone I thought I loved. It's not where I thought I'd be, but it's where I am. If there's any lesson in this, it's to trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. If someone seems too interested in specific aspects of your life, ask why. If a new relationship seems to progress unnaturally fast, slow down and question it. And if you're going through a divorce or custody battle, be very careful about who you let into your life. Document everything. Protect your privacy. Don't assume people are who they say they are. Because sometimes the person sharing your bed is actually working for the opposing side in your legal battle. That's my story. My girlfriend was actually a private investigator hired by my ex-wife to destroy me. She almost succeeded, but I found out in time, and now I'm left picking up the pieces of a life that was infiltrated by a professional liar. I don't know if I'll ever fully recover from this, but I'm trying, for my kids and for myself. Because the alternative is letting Natalie and Rachel win by stealing not just my custody, but my ability to trust and love again. And I refuse to give them that.